Hello. Good morning. Strange morning. Can I just say that? It's been a. Oh my God. That's me talking. Sorry. I was checking the sound on the stream and I'm like, oh my God, whose voice is that? But the music isn't working. That's what I discovered. That's weird. So I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, good morning. Just a very odd morning, boy. I was listening to me first, me. Um, I was listening to first I was listening to Pete Pig's Breath and his absolutely unhinged confessional. You're not late. I just started. My screen is shifted up. It might be me. Oh no, it's not me. Wait, am I? I don't know. I'm a little high up here. Maybe. Is that weird? I don't know. Is it shifted up? I don't know. It looks normal here, but that doesn't mean anything, right? It doesn't have to be normal. So I was watching Pete Pig's Breath this morning and he had like a confessional from Big Brother. Oh, it looks no okay. Okay. You're not late. I just started. Pete Pig's Breath was like, you know those confession. Have you ever watched Big Brother or any of those like weird reality shows? You probably, not a lot of people probably have, but if you watch those, like Love Island, if you watch Love Island, which I watch, they have these confessionals, right? Where you go in and you're like, Joey just mugged me off and he's such a player and I don't know what to do because I kind of like Kyle, but then Joey's such a player, like that kind of thing. This is exactly what I thought of Pete Pig's Breath this morning when he was doing his unhinged press conference about his war fighters and just how excited he is that, everybody's going to die. And and it's interesting because Raisin Kane, who's not raising concerns anymore, boy, is he feeling the heat because he had to make a point this morning that we have plenty of munitions to get through this. Don't worry about it. So me think the lady doth protest too much. That's what I'm going to say. The oversight for the Homeland Security hasn't happened. And then I turned that off because I couldn't take it anymore. And then I was watching the beginning of the Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is testifying in front of Jimmy Comer. And it is absolutely disgusting. It is the most disgusting hearing. I don't think I could watch any of it. It was Jim Jordan and Jimmy Comer together again, wreaking havoc, not getting at any truth, not allowing anyone to speak. This is just their little like boner session where they get to go off on Tim Walz, who's too nice to be an asshole back to them. And Keith Ellison, who they've hated from the beginning because he's black and he's a Muslim. So they've always hated Keith Ellison. So they're going after him. It is so disgusting. And what they really want is they want Tim Walz to have stopped all payments if there was one case of fraud outstanding. Literally, that's what they're saying. Why didn't you give him? Why did you continue? And he's like, because there's 400,000 children that take advantage of those services. I'm not going to cut off the entire program for one, for an investigation over fraud in one segment of that. It's a clown show and I hate it. And I Tim Walz, I think, is a good person, whatever, but he is not showing up the way that he needs to show up in these hearings because this is just a circus, right? It's just a fucking circus. It's not intended to be serious. Oh, they're coming up with the rulings. Oh, shit. Anyways, there's so much. Last thing I saw was Ellison saying he doesn't have the authority to stop payments. Yeah, I appreciate Keith Ellison. I appreciate Tim Walz. I think they are doing the best that they can. In this moment, it is a whole different game. It has nothing to do about information. Good morning, Joan. Good morning. Yeah, it has nothing to do with getting at the heart of the matter, and it just breaks my heart because he's being eviscerated. I'm sorry. I wish he wasn't, but this is the way it is. I don't know. It's just really this world is so fucked up. I can't even. I'm so like I was thinking that this morning. I'm like I don't understand and I don't fit. I just don't fit. I don't know where I fit, but I don't fit here. So, anyways, good morning to everyone. Good morning to my friends. Neil is here and Oomph and Gal. Gal was first. Woo woo. Badger came on in and so did Neil and Carrie. And there's Pepper, Saltina, and Joan. So good morning, my friends. We're waiting for another crispy gnome, hopefully takedown session. I'm not sure we can hope for a great takedown session, but you know what? I maybe we'll get a couple of people in here. It is the judiciary, so unfortunately we have to deal with little Jimmy Jordan and his blues. Little Jimmy Jordan blues. Hello, Kim Thompson. How are you, darling? So yeah, I just this is dumb. Like nothing. This, I don't know. I'm gonna just say the midterms cannot come fast enough. They really can't. I just can't. I can't even take like. I feel like I want to just play you some of the words that I'm hearing. Hold on, let me see. Because he's just so awful. This is Jimmy Comer.
Large-scale fraud had already taken place for years. Now, Governor Walt's employees inside state agencies raised concerns about fraud and improper payments for years. Is that correct?
Yeah, Tellery, go on.
Inside agencies, we've been prosecuting them for years. Yes.
But they have raised concern. Agencies have raised concern about fraud in Minnesota, correct? For
Each
years.
of those, yes, when they do and they're prosecuted.
Some
yes.
of those employees faced retaliation after raising those concerns. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Chairman.
Okay.
Minnesota has strong whistleblower protections.
Attorney General Ellison, you are the chief legal officer of the state of Minnesota, correct?
Yes.
Your office advises
runoff.
agencies on compliance with federal and state law, correct?
Yes.
Retaliation against whistleblowers reporting fraud is unlawful, correct?
That is right.
At any point during your tenure, did you tell state agencies to stop payments due to credible fraud allegations, yes or no?
Sir, we prosecuted over 300 people in the Medicaid fraud.
Anyway, I'm not going to keep going with that, but it's a painful hearing. And Jimmy Comer is basically cutting off everybody and putting answers in Tim Walz's mouth, especially. It's just gross. And I just think this world has gotten so much grosser. I mean, it was gross to begin with in many respects, but this whole war thing and the glee with which Pig's Breath was speaking about armaments and killing and sending people to the bottom of the sea. Oh, God. I'm sorry. You can hear his voice. Here, hold on. Hold on. We'll come back. I hate Jimmy Jordan. Yes, I really do. Is he going to be really nice to Crispy?
Hearing on oversight of the Department of Homeland Security. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Onder, for lead us in the pledge.
To the flag. La, 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 la. We don't have to listen to the Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, it was one of the most gross motherfucking things I've ever watched was the Pig's Breath. Oh, he's done praying.
Get right to the Secretary's testimony. The Chair will now recognize himself for an opening statement. 3 years ago, Secretary Mayorkas sat at that table and told this committee the border is secure. 8 to 10 million people entered our country in a 4-year time illegally. Record levels of fentanyl smuggled in. Stories of women and children being since in now that the border is secure. Kind of reminds me of that now somewhat famous moment on television where the CNN reporter is standing in front of the burning building and saying, it's a mostly peaceful protest. I mean, it was just ridiculous what the secretary said. And Secretary Mayorkas didn't stop there. Remember when he went after Border Patrol agents, said they were horsewhipping migrants trying to come? Remember that just completely made up story?
No, it wasn't.
Remember
It wasn't, Jim. We saw it, so stop it. Stop trying to rewrite history in your own stupid little sex pedo-protecting way. Stop protecting pedophiles, Jim Jordan.
when we asked Secretary Mayorkas how many illegals, again, sat right in this committee here, and we asked him, how many illegals on the terrorist watch?
You don't call people illegals, okay? That's not how you talk about human people, all right? It's just not how you speak about people. So that tells me everything I need to know about this douchebag. Oh my God. He protects pedophiles. Why are we not investigating him? I am so fucking confused. Ohio, what the fuck is your problem? What the fuck is your problem? Oh my God.
Lists have been released into the U.S. How many have been released into the country? Anyone remember his response? Us never did get back with us. Remember when Secretary Mayorkas wrote the memo, the Mayorkas memo?
Remember when you protected
Aliens
that
removable
pedophile
under
at
the
OSU?
Immigration Nationality Act. He said the Immigration Nationality Act should not alone be the basis of an enforcement action. Really? The law shouldn't be the basis for an enforcement action? It should be something else? It should be your memo? That was exactly the policy. A whole new standard the last administration set. They let 8 to 10 million people in, a whole new standard of how you were going to deal with people who were in violation of federal law. And remember,
Wait, I thought it was 20 million or 25 million or 30 million. It's 8 to 10 million? Wait, are you kidding me? Is he talking about 8 to 10 million people, but then they always say 20 to 25 to 30 million people? What is it? What is it? Which one? Yeah, I know it's not right because your 20 to 25 to 30 was never right. I just can't.
when Secretary Mayorkas went even further, he did the Protected Areas Memorandum. And this is the situation when you're trying to follow federal law, trying to enforce federal law. He said you can't apprehend an illegal migrant, maybe one who's been charged with another crime and been released in a sanctuary jurisdiction, something I know some of these angel families know something about, been released in a sanctuary jurisdiction, you could only apprehend them at certain
They drag
locations.
these families here again.
So in other words, think about it. It says, in or near certain protected areas, you should not apprehend an illegal migrant. A school, preschool, primary school, secondary school, place of worship, place where children gather, such as a playground, recreation center, all these restrictions on federal law enforcement being able to enforce federal law. So think about it. Some sanctuary jurisdiction, illegal migrants been charged with another crime, maybe a crime abusing children, is released because the detainer is not honored, he's not turned over to ICE, is released to the streets.
Nice, Jane. I like that.
You're not allowed to go get a guy who's been
love
charged
Gal
with
Does
harming
Rocks.
kids
I've seen her
if
do
he's near a
rocks before.
school.
I love it.
If he's near kids. That was how ridiculous everything was in the last administration.
Oh, let's talk about harming kids, okay? Okay, Jim. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about your role as an assistant coach on the OSU wrestling team when for years you allowed your boss, the doctor of the team, to go ahead and abuse students. Let's talk about that you knew sexual abuse was going on and you didn't do anything about it. That's one. You have a pattern, mister. Okay, let me describe your pattern. Your pattern is that you tend to ignore pedophiles and sexual abusers. That's the pattern. I wonder why. Because you have now also ignored the fact that your president is a credibly alleged child rapist. Already adjudicated that he raped adults. But now, it's pretty clear that he probably raped children, too. Jim, how are you going to spin this? How in the world do you keep finding yourself in the clutches of child sex predators? How is that possible? And is it hard for you to sit there? Is it hard for you to sit there, Jim, and say and describe how sickening it is that people can hurt children? Is that what it is, Jim? You're falling on your own petard, saying that no one should, how embarrassing if he's near a school. Well, how embarrassing if Trump is near a school? Yikes. The cognitive dissonance, I think is what they call this, is completely off the rails.
But here's the good news. Secretary Noem has rescinded the Mayorkas memo, has rescinded the protected areas in Denver, sanctuary jurisdiction. They give the federal government the finger and they release them to the streets. Release them to the streets. It's right here on the form. Denver Sheriff Department ICE notification being released to the streets on 2/28/2025. And here's what's interesting. This guy, they knew how bad he was because while he was in the Denver Justice Center, they have on the form, he's been violent to staff, keep him separate from all other inmates. So he's so dangerous, staff can't be around him, other inmates can't be around him, but they're going to release him to the streets instead of turning him over to ICE. Again, dumbest policy I have ever heard, but that is what the left now fully embraces.
Is this one of his lawyers?
Let me give you a more recent example.
How the fuck can you sit there and work for him? How the fuck can you sit there, you stupid cunts? Look at this stupid cunt with a stupid look on her stupid fucking cunt face. And then this one too, another cunt. How can you sit there, you two cunts? How can you support this? Is it so important that you get a job in D.C.? That's so important. That's so very important that you can sell your fucking souls if you even have them. You make me sick. These women make me sick. Who the fuck are these bitches? I want to know.
Marvin Morales Ortiz. This is just
You're
we're going to mark up
children,
legislation
you stupid cunts.
that will deal with this. And I think it's going. I believe it will pass our committee. I believe it will pass the House. We'll get it to this. I want this to become law. I think most people with common sense want it to become law. The Shutdown Sanctuary Policies Acts, which will give the people, one thing in our bill that we're going to have in the bill tomorrow too, be in the legislation. It will give the people behind you, where that scenario is played out, your loved one has been harmed by someone who should have been turned over to ICE but was released. It'll give you a private right of action for these angel families. Private right of action where you can go after the government who engaged in that stupid behavior. So, Secretary, I want to thank you for your work. I want to thank you for being willing to come today and answer our questions. And with that, I will yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member, for his opening comments.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Secretary Noem. We're glad to meet you, even though it's been 13 months since you took office and more than 5 weeks since 2 American citizens were shot dead in Minneapolis. Renee Good was a 37-year-old poet, about 20 years younger than you are now, and like you, both a devout Christian and the mother of 3. She was on her way home from school drop-off when she encountered an ICE operation, and one of your agents shot her dead, shot her 3 times. She bled out in the driver's seat of her car after your agents refused to let a doctor or EMTs approach her. You expressed no sympathy for her family and no regret for her killing by an ICE agent. You ran a smear campaign against Renee Good. You called her a domestic terrorist. Alex Preddy was also 37 and, like you, a federal worker. He was an ICU nurse at a VA hospital, outstanding in his job, providing comfort to many of our vets in their final hours. He was standing on a street corner filming your agents as they roughed up peaceful protesters. Americans have a First Amendment right to record government agents in public places, as 8 different federal circuit courts have unanimously found. But your agents pepper sprayed Alex Preddy for helping a woman that they had pushed to the ground. Then they threw him to the ground. They beat him up. They stripped him of a lawful firearm he had never touched. And then, after confiscating it, they shot him dead with 10 bullets. Before his body was even cold, you launched a smear campaign against him. using the same language, asserting without evidence that Alex Preddy had committed a, quote, act of domestic terrorism and intended to kill law enforcement. This disturbing video tells the true facts you tried to cover up with propaganda, and we can play it only because other brave Americans used their phones to capture the actual reality of this horror.
Deadly ICE-involved shooting out of Minneapolis. The Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
Renee Nicole Good was a 37-year-old U.S. citizen and mother of 3 who moved to Minnesota just last year.
It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Breaking news in Minneapolis and another deadly shooting involving a federal officer in that city. This video shows the incident from this morning with officers surrounding a man before taking him down and shooting him during a struggle. Officials later said the man had died. Minneapolis city officials said the man is a 37-year-old white male, a resident of Minneapolis. They also say he is believed to be an American citizen and that he was a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Madam Secretary, you've provided no evidence to back up your defamatory lie against either of these American citizens. There have been 3 homicides in Minneapolis in 2026. Your agents committed 2 of them. Rather than work with state and local authorities to solve these homicides, you barred Minnesota's investigators from the crime scenes. You're denying them access to all the evidence that you have about the deaths of their citizens. It smells like a cover-up, and it makes me wonder who the real domestic terrorists are. But you didn't just lie about Renee Good and Alex Preddy. In dozens of cases, federal judges have found that your officials lied to them in court. A Reagan-appointed judge rejected the testimony of your acting ICE director as, quote, disingenuous, squalid, and dishonorable. Another judge called the affidavit of a top ICE official, quote, the sorriest statement I've ever seen, adding she was shocked when she saw it, and that if you were asking to get a warrant issued on this, I'd throw you out of my chambers. Here are a few more examples of the many scores we found in the case books. Yesterday, you insisted under oath to the Senate that you follow court orders, but that's not true either. Just last month, your lawyers were forced to admit that you had violated immigration court orders more than 50 times in 10 weeks. And that was just in New Jersey, one of 94 judicial districts in America. In Minnesota, Judge Patrick Schultz, a George W. Bush appointee, concluded, quote, that ICE has likely violated more court orders in January of 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. And while you make a daily mockery of our courts and our Constitution, you're treating the billions of dollars our colleagues showered on your department like a personal slush fund. You budgeted an astonishing $220 million for media consultant contracts so you can star in self-promoting photo shoots and lavish ad campaigns like this one of you riding horseback at Mount Rushmore, which was shot during last year's government shutdown. You're living rent-free in the official waterfront residence reserved for the commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. You spent $172 million to buy not 1, but 2 luxury jets for your travel, and now you're using taxpayer funds to lease a 3rd jet, a $70 million luxury 737 MAX with a queen-size bedroom in the back, a deluxe serving bar, and 4 flat-screen TVs. A big, beautiful jet paid for by the big, beautiful bill. Yesterday, under questioning the Senate, you said you plan to refurbish this jet to make it into this kind of airplane, which is what's actually being used for deportations in order to save the taxpayers' money. In other words, you're saying that's actually a deportation plane, but wouldn't it have been cheaper just to buy a deportation plane in the first place? It's like buying a Rolls Royce to turn into a Metro bus. I was almost prepared to buy that story of how the jet was both for executive travel and mass deportation. And then I heard about an airborne episode of entitlement, arrogance, and contempt that I could hardly believe. Apparently, when your special blanket, your blankie, was left on one of the government jets and not transported over to the new one, your special government employee, Corey Lewandowski, chivalrously stepped forward to fire the pilot midair, a 2003 Coast Guard Academy graduate and distinguished U.S. Coast Guard commander in Air Station, Washington, D.C. But then he had to be rehired immediately because there was no one else who could fly the two of you on the rest of the journey back home. Secretary Noem, you're flying high now, maybe even a little bit too close to the sun. But with all these free planes and houses and pilots, you've traveled a long distance from your actual job and the things you should be doing as head of Homeland Security. Your agency is charged with protecting the homeland. It includes FEMA, TSA, the Secret Service, the Coast Guard, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as well as ICE and CBP. Yet you've hollowed out the national security mission. You redeployed thousands of people responsible for tracking terror financing and fighting cyber threats to go work on your mass immigration roundup. You reassigned to the roundup agents working a key national security probe into Iran's terror financing, paralyzing that investigation. And to run what's left of Homeland Security's ruined Terrorism Prevention Office, you actually installed a 22-year-old intern whose chief listed qualification for the job was that he had participated in a model UN club his junior year of college. Through FEMA, you're supposed to provide disaster relief to our communities. Yet last summer, as floods devastated central Texas and killed 135 people, including 25 girls and 2 counselors at a Christian summer camp, you withheld crucial support, including search and rescue teams, for 72 hours. Why? Those were 3 crucial days during which people drowned and died, waiting for bureaucratic approval. You promised to use ICE and CBP to expel the worst of the worst, undocumented immigrants guilty of committing violent crimes like the people responsible for murdering the children of these angel families, these angel moms and dads who've joined us today. Instead, your masked agents have been indiscriminately rounding up any and all immigrants and citizens who your agents think look like they might be immigrants. They've arrested kindergartners, daycare teachers, and parents dropping off kids at school. They drag grandparents out of their homes in their underwear in sub-zero temperatures and rip children out of their beds in the middle of the night or use them as bait to arrest their parents. Just last month, your agents picked up Nurul Shah Alam, a severely disabled and nearly blind Rohingya refugee, lawfully in America, who didn't speak English. You claimed your agents dropped him at a safe, warm location. Again, not the truth. They dropped him off miles from his home in the dark at a closed coffee shop in sub-freezing temperatures. And now, because of this cruelty, this man too is dead. You have 250,000 employees and a budget larger than that of 150 countries. You command over 80,000 sworn law enforcement officers, more than the number of police officers in New York, Chicago, LA, Houston, DC, Las Vegas, and Dallas combined. On top of that, our colleagues have handed ICE an additional $75 billion by slashing funds for Medicaid, children's health insurance, and rural hospitals. Secretary Noem, your job is to protect the homeland, but the most precious possession that we've got in our homeland is our freedom and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that protect it. You seem to have forgotten what our most precious possession is. The billions of dollars showered on your department have paid for violence and chaos in the American heartland and a sweeping assault on the basic rights of the American people. But the heroic citizens of Minneapolis have shown America how to fight back against this reign of terror and win with the truth, with solidarity, with mutual self-help, with creative joy and humor and music, with mass nonviolent assembly and protest, and with irrepressible love of children and kindness towards animals and other living things. You've turned our government against our people, and you've turned our people against our government. But the people are winning today, although we know we must continue to wake up every day like the people of Minneapolis and go out and fight for constitutional freedom. We are clearly in the fight of our lives, and we obviously have very serious questions for you today about what you are turning our government into. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All of their opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Ms. Noem has served as the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security since January 25th, 2025. She previously served as the governor of the great state of South Dakota and was our colleague here in the House of Representatives. And we welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today and for the work that she is doing. We will begin by swearing you in. You know how this works, Madam Secretary. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. And Madam Secretary, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Raskin, for your opening statements. And I look forward to discussing the work that the Department of Homeland Security does each and every day to defend our homeland. I also want to take a personal privilege and thank my husband for being here too. He's going to have to go catch a flight in a few hours, but I'm glad he could be here today. And then I want to remind you of why we're all here. Like, I've had people ask me over and over again, you know, Christy, why did you say to President Trump that you would do this job? And I said, because this is going to be a difficult job. It's going to be a hard job. Oh my God. We're going to have to secure our border and make sure we're going after dangerous criminal illegals and remove them from our country. And every day we're going to have to make tough decisions to uphold the law, but to make sure that the consequences for breaking the law are put in place as well. The one thing I would say is I wasn't quite prepared for was the heartbreaking stories I would hear. The families that have lost their children, their brothers and their sisters, to dangerous people that came into this country that never should have been here to begin with. They never should have been here, and then they perpetuated violent crimes.
Are you talking about Elon?
People. I heard one story, I'll never forget hearing Rachel Morin's mom tell the story of how she was killed.
Do you want to tell about the cannibal again? Is that what you want to do? Do you want to talk about the cannibals again that you lied about? Yeah.
And to listen to a mom talk about how her daughter was slammed into her head exploded, and then he raped her and left her dead, when knowing that Rachel had 5 kids too, that now didn't have a mom anymore.
Why
and
are you saying this? If this was my daughter who had been so brutally murdered, I would not want this bitch to talk about her in that way. How can you talk about her? Oh man.
Rachel should have never been in this country. So the reason that I do this job every single day is for that.
They do.
Is that somebody has to do the right thing and tell the stories of these families and make sure that we don't sit around here and make political pot shots on falsehoods and lies like I just heard from the ranking member. That instead we do the right thing to defend these families and remember their children. Behind me are families with children. These are the children's names that we've lost. Weston Funder, Megan Booz, Carlos Wolf, Sander Cohen, Ryan Lang, Drew Swan, Sydney Shurkin, Jesse Bira, Heaven Lee Nelson, Dana and Ricky Keem.
So you've got nothing else to open your statement with? You've got nothing else to open your statement with and to talk about it other than to read the names of families that you're taking advantage of so that you can use their stories for your own violence? Really? Is that it, Crispy? You want to just fill your time? You don't have enough that you could fill 5 minutes to talk about what your department is doing, because this is an oversight committee hearing. This is oversight into the operations of the department. They know why the department was established. They know why. They know why the department exists. Believe me, they don't need a video. This is for us. This is something she's going to send out to the chuds saying, oh my God, Democrats want everyone to die. Well, that's clearly not the case. So the fact that that's where you go, that's your go-to, is that we love that kids die like this, is disgusting and gross and stupid. And it's embarrassing for you, Crispy, that you can't really, yeah, she can't. She's got nothing. She's about to be fired Good morning, Teresa. Executive agents do not exist to publicly mourn. Exactly. And this time that we have in front of Congress is meant to talk about the operations and the oversight. And that is what we pay for. I don't pay so that Crispy Gnome can do a little video presentation and try and prove to the body who gave her the authority to do so and the funding. They've already told you they know your why, bitch. They already know your why. Fucking hate this shit.
1,500 known or stop until we find them all, and we'll continue to do that. Fentanyl trafficking over the southern border is down 56% because of President Trump. We continue to stop drugs. 1.7 lethal doses of drugs have been stopped from coming into our country in the last year.
What terrible oversight if your
Phenomenal.
numbers
It's amazing
keep
to me how
changing.
once President Trump came into office, they quit
I
talking
hate
about the
these
drug
people.
epidemic.
I hate these
The media
people
doesn't
so
cover it
much.
anymore, do they? That's because there's 1.7 billion people that are still alive today in this world because we've stopped them. And that invasion over the southern border made those cartels rich. You want to know why they're so sophisticated now? Why they have high-tech weapons? Why they have drones? Why they're able to be so successful? Is because they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to for 4 years. And Biden enriched them, and the Democrat Party enriched them so that they could perpetuate violence against the United States. Mr. Chairman, I could go on, but I will
Grandma,
look forward to the
it's
conversation
it's-
today, and I look forward to continuing to
gosh,
fight
she's
for
going
America.
over.
Thank you. I yield
It's
back.
probably
Thank you.
related to
Thank
all
you for
the
that opening
activity,
statement.
right?
We will now go to gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for a 5-minute question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, I couldn't be happier that you're exactly where you are. Many of us had the honor of serving with you when you were in the House, and candidly, when I hear the jealousy of the ranking member for the job you're doing and his inaccurate statements, that's all I hear is, you were better than this body, and you're proving it every day, you and President Trump. The ranking member is entitled to his opinion and to that dialogue berating you and everything the administration's doing. He's just not entitled to his facts. And I'd like to spend my time concentrating on a few of those. Madam Secretary, were any laws changed significantly between the time of, let's say, President Obama or President Clinton and their enforcement of the border and Joe Biden's 4 years?
No, there wasn't, sir.
And were any laws changed between the time that Joe Biden let 10 million plus people into the country, including the worst of the worst from around the world, and the time that you and President Trump began working?
No, there wasn't.
So it's not about laws. It's not about the calls of things being constitutional or unconstitutional. Isn't it true that every president except President Biden spent a lot of time, energy, and public relations letting people know that the border was a place to be respected and that we would deport particularly criminals?
Yeah, I don't know. How do you quantify that, Mr. Issa? Can you tell me what your data is? I don't understand your data. You're literally saying something that isn't quantifiable. You're not bringing forth any evidence. You're just saying Biden didn't, everybody else did. That's stupid. Again, MAGA voters, don't be so dumb. Demand more from your representatives.
Criminals coming to our country.
That is correct.
So regardless of what the ranking member says, all you've really done with gusto, with tenacity, and with all the funds you've been able to have is you've done exactly what President Clinton did or President Obama or any other president who respected the Constitution and the laws we've already passed.
That is correct.
So I want to touch on a personal note, though. You've been to the White House. You've been to the vice president's residencies. Both of those exist as working places, but they exist as places to protect people who, in fact, would be attacked. Is it fair to say that you and your family are at greater risk because of the job you're doing than anyone who's had your job perhaps since 9/11?
Yes, sir, I can't speak specific to the threats, but
and so when the ranking member spends so much time talking about your being in a protective housing, by the way, one that is under your authority and one that the head of the Coast Guard normally would be in, I'm just going to make a statement. a view, an opinion, and hopefully the ranking member will agree with this opinion. The chances that the Commandant of the Coast Guard is going to be attacked for the job he's doing, and the
Oh, I'm sorry. Daryl Issa, are you saying that the head of the Coast Guard does not deserve to have the protection? Are you kidding? Yeah, turtleneck cunt. I want him. I want the names of both those cunts. I know they're the staff lawyers for the judiciary, but that fucking cunt in the front. Oh my God! I just tell you, I want to yell at these people so bad. I know I shouldn't, but I'm just done. I think I've reached my fucking limit. I really have. No badge, nothing important. So you're basically saying her life is more important than the commandant's. That doesn't make, oh my God.
chance that you will be attacked causes both of you to be in protective housing. You're simply in the housing. He was compassionate for those families, that he understood it. I'm looking at them, and Madam Secretary, I don't see them as being here in support of those 4 years of Joe Biden and the ranking member's administration.
No, and it's interesting because when President Trump was here in his last term, he opened up an office at ICE to help these families, to give them information on support, mental health account that they might need, or also knowledge on court cases of the individuals who had killed their children. And when Joe Biden came into office, he closed down that Voices office, completely shuttered it, because that office also tracked how many victims there really were in the country that had been affected by illegal alien crime. So when I came in, I didn't have any data set to use because Joe Biden and his administration had completely quit keeping track of the amount of victims here. We're grateful that they're here today. We're grateful that the Voices office is back open again, and that these families now can know where their children's killers are. They can follow that, and they can make sure that they hold people accountable to not enforcing the law.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, we have seen a consistent pattern of lies and deceit from the Department of Homeland Security under your leadership. I'm not just talking about the false claims that you and others at DHS have spread in attempting to smear Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and other victims of ICE's deadly tactics, all of which are well known. I'm talking about the dishonesty and deception that has become commonplace throughout your agency. One of the most brazen incidents occurred last week at Columbia University, where 5 DHS agents conned their way into a university-owned apartment building at 6 a.m. They were pretending to be police officers searching for a missing child. But this was nothing more than a ruse to gain access to the apartment of a student originally from Azerbaijan, Eli Agayeva, a senior studying neuroscience and politics. A public security officer on the scene asked for a warrant, but none was produced, and they proceeded to arrest Eli. It is black-letter law that a government agent cannot lie about searching for a missing child to gain entry to a residence. It's literally the example they give in the criminal procedure textbook. But your agents deliberately misrepresented themselves to gain access to Ellie's apartment. Fortunately, hours after Ellie was taken into custody, following a public outcry and a meeting with Mayor Mamdani, President Trump intervened and secured her release. If Ellie had been among the worst of the worst that you claim to target, surely the president would not have pushed for her release. But this is just one example of an out-of-control department under your leadership. My own office was the victim of your agents' deceptive tactics last year, when DHS agents entered my office under false pretenses, claiming that my staff was, quote, harboring rioters, when video clearly showed this was not the case. A statement issued by DHS claimed the agents were doing a, quote, security check, and yet the video that has been released shows them handcuffing a staffer, demanding access to non-public areas of my office without a warrant, denying that they even needed a warrant when challenged by a member of my staff, and never once asking about the safety and security of my staff. More lies. Although both of these incidents are traumatic for those involved, at least everyone is alive and well. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for Nurul Amin Shah Alam, an elderly, nearly blind refugee from Burma living in Buffalo. 2 weeks ago, he was left abandoned by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents outside a Tim Hortons coffee shop an hour after they closed, in the cold and in the dark, with no shoes on, miles away from his home. 5 days later, he was found dead. Mr. Shah Alam escaped a genocide in his home country just to die here because Border Patrol could not be bothered to take him home or to tell his family where they had released him. When the story came out in the press, DHS claimed that they had dropped Mr. Shah Alam at a, quote, warm, safe location near his last known address. Your agents also claimed Mr. Shah Alam showed, quote, no signs of distress, mobility issues, or disabilities requiring special assistance. These were obvious lies. The coffee shop was closed. It wasn't safe and warm. He was nearly blind. He required special assistance. But your agents callously left him to defend for himself with deadly consequences. This is a clear case of your officers failing to fulfill the basic duty of care. And as a result, this man is dead. So, Secretary Noem, I want to know if there will be any accountability for the incidents I have described today. Will the agents who lied at Columbia face discipline, or the officers who forced their way into my office? What about the officers in Buffalo who abandoned a barefoot blind refugee in the middle of a freezing night miles away from his home? Will any of them face accountability?
Well, sir, you talk about several different specific cases. What I would say is some of your facts are wrong on some of those cases, but also that they are all being reviewed. We do have a review process in the ICE agency within that department
like
that goes through and does an OPR, which is the Office of Professional Responsibility, makes sure that all protocols were followed in every single case. In the case of the Columbia student,
Reclaiming my time, we know that in the cases of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, proper protocols were not followed. Now, Erie County is currently mounting an investigation. Will you at the very least commit today that DHS will cooperate with the investigation by local authorities in New York of Mr. Shah Alam's death? Yes or no?
which case are you talking about, sir?
Shah Alam, the one who was
We will
released.
certainly look at that, but I want you to know that the investigations...
Will you cooperate with the local authorities? Yes
I
or
don't
no?
conduct the investigations that are outside
There
of
is-
within the umbrella of ICE and CBC.
I'll take that as a no.
The FBI leads
I'll
these
take that as a no.
investigations.
Unfortunately, that has become a pattern we've come to expect in this administration. Secretary Noem, your agents are running amok, and you're doing nothing to hold them accountable. Everything that we are seeing, the
Mr.
lies,
Chairman, regular order.
yes, the cruelty, that is all happening on your watch and in your name. You should be ashamed. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Immigration, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we have a number of Angel families here today whose loved ones were killed because of the open borders policies of the Democrats. Could I ask them to stand for a moment and be recognized so that we can honor their loved ones and get a sense of the human toll that 4 years of open borders took on our country?
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Yep.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, the Democrats told us that the only way to secure our borders was we had to grant amnesty and citizenship to the millions of illegals that they had allowed into our country.
They do not give a shit about anyone. They do not give a flying rat fuck about those families. Okay? And if I'm those families, I'm going to probably take advantage of any opportunity to talk about my child. I hope that I wouldn't just, I hope that I wouldn't be in a position where I had to insist that others lose their lives or lose their freedom or such in the name of my child when it's not right. I wouldn't want, in the name of my child, people's rights to be abused. Yeah, and yeah, what about the families of the victims of the mass shootings? So this falls hollow. It doesn't actually make any sense. It doesn't move me because he doesn't really care about those families. Because if those families were Democrat, he wouldn't care. You can't convince me otherwise. I've seen this story. I've seen this movie before. Anyway, hi, Paulina. San Fran Gals, Paulina. Hi, Paulina. How are you, darling?
Was this true?
No,
And how do we know it wasn't true?
because we enforced the law and sent the message that in the United States now, under the Department of Homeland Security were violated and abused and perverted as well. For example, when we came in, there was 400,000 asylum cases. That was a year before we came in. When he abused it so bad during that invasion, that when I first got sworn in as secretary, there was a backlog of 1.5 million asylum cases.
And
that
do we
all
know
need to be reviewed.
Do we know how many are still even in the country?
No, we don't.
How many criminals were allowed in?
Oh, thousands of them. We know for a fact that other countries emptied out their prisons, their
Where's
mental
your data?
institutions,
Where's your
encouraged
data?
people to
Tell me your
go,
data.
and those
Tell me your
individuals who would
data.
pay a
Tell
cartel
me your
member
data.
to
Tell me
move
your
them
data.
across the country certainly
Tell
came
me your
into our
data.
country, broke that first law, which made
Tell
them a criminal.
me your
And then after
data.
that, many times,
And could you tell us again just how many illegal aliens have been deported under your leadership or have been self-deported?
there's been over 700,000 that have been detained and arrested and are being deported. I want to remind everybody at this committee too that every single one of these individuals that's detained has final orders of removal. They can leave today.
And by the way,
as soon as they get to that detention center,
how
they
many
have
of
the option
those
to go home.
that you've deported now have records of a criminal or arrests or convictions?
70% of those in our detention centers have criminal records.
So roughly over 500,000.
Yes.
So you've effectively removed more than 500,000 criminal illegal aliens from our streets and sent them back to their own countries or detained them.
Yes.
And what's that done to our crime rate?
Oh, our crime rate has been phenomenal. In fact, we have the lowest murder rate in our country that we've had since it's been recorded. Over 125 years, our murder rates are at the lowest that it is. The drug epidemic is getting better and improving. We need it to do more so we don't lose more of our children. But we specifically under ICE as well and HSI target human traffickers and child pedophiles and those that would perpetuate assaults against our children.
The chairman said there were
Girl,
11...
I've got one. I've got a pedophile for you. Girl, look behind you. Look behind you. Look up. Look up. I've got a pedophile for you. Look up. From your knees. Because she would do that. Look up, because the pedophile is standing right in front of you. He's standing over you. Girl, look up.
States refusing to enforce federal immigration law. I think it's worth noting there were also 11 states in
Information, or when they're releasing someone from their prisons or jails. They turn them on the streets, and then when we are out doing enforcement actions, they don't help us with security. Officials, driven by political leaders, governors or mayors, don't come when we respond, when we ask for backup for our law enforcement as well.
And what's the purpose of these so-called sanctuary cities and states? Are they protecting
That's not true. I can honestly tell you, the fucking LAPD are behind ICE every motherfucking time. They're the ones doing the cleanup, okay? So bullshit. Even sanctuary cities, the cops help ICE. Stop it. That is patently false. Patently false.
all illegal aliens or only those illegal aliens that have been arrested for other crimes?
Well, I would say they're protecting them all. They're allowing them to stay on their programs and to live in their housing and facilitate it and to be on benefits programs that take taxpayer dollars out of their communities away from American citizens and facilitate a way of life for people that didn't follow our legal process. I know.
Do you want to know why there were so fewer asylum open cases during the first Trump administration? Because it had COVID. Okay, so there was an entire year plus of no crossings. Do you understand that? Do you understand how this works? The reason that Trump didn't have a lot of asylum claims is, first of all, they weren't doing their job. Second of all, it's because we had COVID. So it wasn't that Biden was so terrible about asylum claims. It was a fucking pandemic. Wait, Rachel Morin's children lawsuit against her mother turned out she took all the money that people donated to her grandchildren when she was on the campaign with Trump. Really? Oh my God, Nalgren, I want to find that one.
They're very concerned. The Democrat Party is very concerned about
did.
illegal aliens in this country. I will tell you, as a Secretary of Homeland Security, it's my job to get up every day to be concerned for American citizens.
Well,
they are my priority.
Thank you for the job you're doing.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Coleman, I should have said this earlier. If you need any help or a little break, when you want to go in the back room with Delilah, that's fine. I see Delilah decided to take a nap. Let the record show, I think she fell asleep during Mr. Nadler's question, not Mr. McClintock. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Noem, for being here.
Oh, no, I'm going to read this to you. Rachel Morin family battles each other in court over GoFundMe proceeds. A family fight over fundraising proceeds in the name of Rachel Morin, the Hartford County mom of 5 murdered, etc., last summer along the trail. Rachel's oldest daughter, 19-year-old Faye McMahon, joined Joseph Custer and Jonathan Alderson, the fathers of her 4 other surviving children, in suing their grandmother, Patricia Morin, and Rebecca Morin, and aunt Rebecca Morin, and family attorney Randolph Rice. McMahon, Rachel's next of kin and a state representative, alleges $53,000 raised by a GoFundMe did not benefit her young siblings as initially intended. McMahon and company contend that GoFundMe, which was started by Rebecca, originally specified funds left after funeral costs would go solely towards the needs of the kids. They argue the wording suddenly changed to say remaining funds would go towards Rachel's family and the needs of her children. Interesting. The lawsuit also highlights 4 fundraisers held for Rachel's family at 3 area businesses. McMahon believes her side is entitled to a portion of all generated proceeds, but claim they've received nothing. The lawsuit accuses Patricia, Rebecca, and their attorney Randolph Rice of withholding the money. McMahon attests she and her siblings have faced financial hardship since their mother's death. Wow. Suggesting they would suffer irreparable harm if the money owed to them is denied. McMahon's attorneys also want the judge to bar Rice, Patricia, and Rebecca from accessing and spending the leftover funds. Additionally, they're demanding Rice quit calling himself Morin's family attorney, stating he in no way represents the entire family, rather only a few members. Rice countered, telling the court all funds raised in Rachel Morin's name have been allocated for expenses like her headstone and funeral arrangements. All remaining funds have been placed in the Rachel Morin Trust Fund, which was established to the benefit of all Rachel's children. Clearly, the individuals who filed the action are motivated by more than self-interest than any genuine concern for the welfare of Rachel Morin's children. They appear to be advocating for themselves under the guise of fighting for the kids. Rice, meanwhile, defended his representation of the Morin family, noting he's doing all the work for free. Oh, I'm sure. We take our representation of seriously, which have been provided pro bono with significant expenses expended by our firm. We'll continue our mission to support Rachel Morin's family through this tragic time. So they have a court conference scheduled for October 7th. Wait, what date was this? I'm so sorry. Hold on. When was this? Oh, so this was in September of 2025. So there must have been a resolution to it. Sorry, I just pulled up the first thing that I can. I don't think anything's happened. Oh, wait, here we go. Settlement reached. Confidential settlement reached in civil case among Rachel Morin's family members. This is from, oh, wait, this is from 9/18. Oh, okay, that's weird. The family of Rachel Morin, the Bel Air mother of 5 whose murder drew national attention, saw a lawsuit over fundraiser money dismissed Thursday. Morin's children, who range in age from 9 to 18, had filed suit in May claiming they had not received the proceeds. Matt McMahon, the father of Morin's eldest child, Faye, said that the parties agreed to a settlement, but he was not allowed to discuss it. Okay, yeah. The children's lawyer said that the agreement provided for an undisclosed amount to them and ended the litigation. So there you go. Thanks, Jim. That was good. Yeah, what a fucking... She is... I'm going to tell you, the mom of Rachel Morin is a bitch. I'm sorry. You know, and that's as one mom who would be grieving the death of her daughter. I would not want to be as horrid and evil as Rachel Morin's mom. She's a cunt. She doesn't care about anybody else. And she clearly doesn't care about her other grandchildren. She doesn't care about her grandchildren, that's for sure. So fuck her.
With us this morning.
Fuck her.
You know, there's an old
like trying to be a
adage
star now.
that
Fuck
states there are no bad dogs, just bad owners. One of the questions we have is, are there bad agencies or just bad owners and bad leadership? Mm-hmm. And so, you know, I have a concern about much of what's happened in the enforcement region internally in the United States. And I'd like to show a video, the video number 1, if the staff could play that. Now, this was in January. ICE agents forced their way into the home of a United States citizen, Mr. Scott Thao, without a warrant. As you could see from the video, they pulled him into sub-freezing temperatures in his underwear, held him for a number of hours, and finally released him. You know, the Fourth Amendment says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and provides for a warrant requirement to enter a person's home. Now, that was bad leadership, in my judgment, because, not in your part, the Attorney General has issued a memorandum asserting, I think incorrectly, I mean obviously incorrectly, that no warrant is required to break into somebody's house, contrary to what the Fourth Amendment provides, and that an administrative warrant, which is basically note to self, go ahead and break into anybody's house you want, is what's sufficient. So my question really is not about the illegal breaking and entering into that U.S. citizen's house, but what is the policy about taking an old man in his underwear out of a house in sub-freezing temperatures? Do you train agents not to do that, or are they trained to do that?
All of our law enforcement officers go through extensive training. Our ICE officers go through 58 days of training and 56 days of training. They have 28 of those on the job.
Okay,
but beyond that, they are trained in constitutional law, which you referenced, so they all know
The question was about manhandling an old man in sub-freezing weather. So they're trained to do that?
They're trained in how to interdict someone, to detain them, and to take them.
Well, this man had done nothing wrong. Let me show you another video. Show another video.
Oh my fucking God! Oh my fucking God!
So this disabled woman, she's a U.S. citizen, Miss Raymond, she wasn't protesting anything. She was on her way to a doctor's appointment. She has a traumatic brain injury, and as you can see from the video, your agents surrounded her car, they pointed their weapons at her, they broke her window, and they dragged her from the car. Let me show you another video.
Oh, what? Y'all some crazy. Y'all got no heart, for real. No heart. No heart.
Now, in this video, masked agents blocked the road with their SUV and used it to hit an American citizen driving in the right lane on her way to work after dropping off her child. As you can see, they drew their weapons, they drug her into the street to arrest her. She didn't know they were federal law enforcement because they were wearing masks. So the question I have is, are agents trained to break the windows of people whose cars they encounter and drag them out forcibly without asking questions? Is that their training?
Congresswoman, our officers are all trained for situations to where they're interacting with the public and where they are detaining someone or arresting them. What I would say is they always goes with their presence is when the enforcement action begins, the officer's presence, and then verbal commands. If an individual doesn't respond to verbal commands, then they go to soft techniques, which you see utilized throughout the country, and our officers follow that protocol and are trained in that protocol. You talked earlier about administrative warrants. Administrative warrants are the tools that you gave us. Congress gave us that tool in immigration law
not to enter people's
to use
homes.
to go.
Shut her down. Shut her the fuck down. Do not let her say that. Administrative warrants are not intended to enter people's homes. Period. Period. That's it. And I don't even think administrative warrants would allow you, do they allow you to even detain anyone? I really want to know. Because I don't have any confidence that those administrative warrants aren't just like toilet paper that she wipes her ass with. You know, everybody's like, oh man, when martial law comes, you know, nobody's going to stand up to ICE. Oh, motherfucker, wait. Oh, motherfucker, wait. I wish a bitch would. I wish a bitch would name martial law, because I'll be out there, motherfucker. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. You want to call martial law? I'll be in the first fucking front row. You don't know what you've unleashed. You do not know what you've unleashed. And if you try and push us down more, we're going to get angrier. And then it's on like motherfucking Donkey Kong. So listen, cunt. No Nazis. No Nazis. And I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you declare whatever fucking little thing you need to protect yourself. I will fucking spit in the face of any ICE agent. So go fuck yourselves and get ready and strap in, bitches, because it's on. Because I'm fighting for your rights too, even though you're too stupid to... You just want to pump up this cunt.
And detain individuals who are in this country that have had...
You know today, Madam Secretary, see up on this dais today.
We can pass that, get it to the Senate, pass for goodness sake.
They are.
That is the problem. With that, I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fighting for American citizens, Madam Secretary.
Today
because,
you are.
because your ICE agents shot them in the face and killed them, and each person you see up on this dais today represents 800,000 American citizens. And you should know that as a former member of Congress. Now, her brother said that Renee Good was someone who could make you believe things were going to be okay despite all the hardship because she chose optimism. Alex Preddy was a Boy Scout, a choir member, an outdoorsman from Green Bay who lavished attention on his beloved dog, Jewel. His sister called her brother someone who had a way of lighting up every room that he walked into. But only a few hours after they were gunned down by your agents, you called Renee a domestic terrorist. You said Alex committed an act of domestic terrorism. Alex's parents responded to your calling their son a domestic terrorist. They said, the sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Now, I want to give you a chance before the entire country to correct your false and defamatory claim. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Congressman, what happened in Minnesota in those two incidents was an absolute tragedy.
Were they domestic terrorists, as you said to the country?
My condolences to their families, because I know that their lives will never be the same after that happened.
Is that an apology for what you said?
We, in those incidents, offer as much information as we can from officers and agents on the ground in a chaotic scene that gets
I'll repeat my question, reclaiming my time. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
As you know, there's ongoing investigations that are being led by the FBI.
Oh, but you didn't wait for the investigation, did you? You didn't wait for the evidence. You proclaimed that they were domestic terrorists at the time. Why did you do that?
And you didn't wait to attack our law enforcement.
Why did you do that?
We're going into a dangerous situation.
Why did you call them domestic terrorists?
Is our ICE officers and our HSI officers that day risked their lives to protect that scene, so evidence could be reclaimed, so it could be used in the investigation. Because those violent rioters that were
So you're
there
proud of the fact that you called them domestic terrorists? Is that what you're telling America?
HSI officers put their lives on the line to protect that scene, so evidence so we could have.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But you told a lie about them. You said that they were domestic terrorists. Do you regret that?
I offer my condolences to those families. And again,
based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
There's ongoing investigations, and so I can't.
So you still don't know. You think that's an open question?
I would think you would want there to still be investigations going into these situations.
Well, you
We'll
stated the
continue to
conclusion 2 hours after they were killed that they were domestic terrorists. I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct the record, not just for their family, but for everybody in America who believes in the truth and fairness and honesty.
In every situation, as facts come out, we relay
You know,
them and
your acting
communicate
ICE
them to the
director,
family.
Todd Lyons, came before Congress. He said he had no knowledge whatsoever that Alex Preddy and Renee Good were domestic terrorists. None. This is your guy. He said that. He admitted that that was wrong. Why won't you admit it?
I will tell you the investigation's still ongoing, and we'll.
So do you regret speaking before the investigation?
I would say that in those situations,
You regret
the
that?
chaotic scene on the ground, we relay information to the American people that they're asking for. And as the things change, situations change.
People
we
were
continue
asking
to
you whether they were
communicate that
domestic
as well.
terrorists?
We
And you
continue to
decided that they were before the investigation?
As we learn more, we
You don't want to say anything to their families?
She's a cunt.
I did. I said condolences.
For what?
I'm
How about an
heart-
apology for what you said about their loved
My
ones?
heart is with them, and we will
Oh, you're
continue to
not.
stand
You
with them
told
as
them
they get a
domestic
complete
terrorists.
investigation into these situations.
All right. Well,
you blame them for their own deaths. You blamed them for their own deaths. And guess what? You should talk to Pamela Joe, because at the DOJ, she says they're not investigating Renee Good or Alex Preddy. They're not investigating. So who's investigating them, cunt? Who's investigating them? She is weak. She is weak. She needs to go the fuck away. Go get bent over a table by Corey Lewandowski, and the two of them can just fuck into non-existence as far as I'm concerned.
let me ask you some questions of law if you can't handle the facts.
Yeah.
Very simple questions of law, not trick questions. Is it lawful for federal agents to shoot and kill a person for engaging in peaceful protest and nothing else? That's a yes or no question.
Each instances in peaceful protest, no, it's not.
Okay,
But
good.
I would say
Is it lawful for federal agents to shoot and kill a person for filming them on a public street? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Is it lawful for federal agents to shoot and kill a person just because that person is lawfully carrying a holstered firearm under the Second Amendment in state law?
No.
And finally, yes or no, is it lawful for federal agents to shoot an innocent person or even a criminal suspect just for driving away from them, according to the Supreme Court?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got the law right, and I hope you would rethink what you said about two good, honest, faithful American citizens and what that means to their families when you say that as Secretary of Homeland Security. And your ICE guy has already retracted that, and you should retract it too. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Noem, for being. Waldemar Zibik, a Polish national convicted of attempted murder after stabbing his wife and daughter, was released despite an ICE.
Do you know his name? I'm not even going to listen to Andy Biggs. Oh, yeah, this is Andy Biggs. Why'd you ask for a pardon? Why'd you ask for a pardon? Why'd you ask for a pardon on January 6th? Didn't he? Didn't he ask for one too? Max knows. Max knows if he did. If you say anything other than I'm taking it as he, exactly, yeah. How dare you attack our ICE officers because they shot 2 innocent people in cold blood? Yeah. No, she has no soul. This woman has no soul. Yeah, exactly. I beat you to it this time. But yeah, this woman has 0 soul. I don't know when we take out this administration, but I'm telling you, this regime needs to fall. Like, I mean, they're gonna fall on their own, but we can't survive them being allowed to continue. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna vote so hard in November. I feel like, I don't know. This is a very upsetting day, I guess. I don't know. I can't take it. I can't take this cruelty anymore. You know, the thing about this entire situation is it's just unnecessary. Like, every single thing we're experiencing is a self-inflicted wound, but inflicted by the Republicans. It really is. I mean, you can just go down the line. The economy. The Republicans are inflicting pain through made-up tariffs and made-up trade wars. The administration is dragging us into new wars and new conflicts. every day, actually, including Ecuador as of last night. So this regime is on every front trying to take away our life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Like the core essential parts of who we are and what this country was hopefully designed to be, which it has never risen to that level. But we spend time trying to defend against all of this pain that's being inflicted, all of which is self-inflicted. No one is doing this to us. We are doing it to ourselves. And that breaks my heart, that the stupid people got so powerful that even the smart people can't break through. And there's far more stupid people than there are smart people. I know that about the world. That's just the law of averages. And then when you mix evil and corrupt ends and self-protection, self-preservation, which is what Biggs and other Republicans are doing, which is preserve our power, our hold, or whatever it is, and our escape from accountability, because Biggs did help plan January 6th, which is why he asked for a pardon. We know why he asked for a pardon is because he was part and parcel of the Arizona fuckery when it came to the election. Hey, TV2. So these are all things that we don't have to be experiencing. We don't have to experience the fear in our communities. We don't have to experience rising prices. All of this is self-inflicted. And it just blows my motherfucking mind. It just blows my mind. And they're willing to do anything to hold on to power. And it just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I wasn't built for this time. I don't know what time I was built for, but it wasn't this
Current
time.
shutdowns impact on immigration agencies from DHS.
Objection.
U.S. ICE examples of egregious criminal aliens released into Illinois.
Objection.
The Independent Police arrested and charged Rafael Govia Romero.
Without objection, I think the gentleman may set a record here.
Yeah.
He has set a record.
February 18th, 2026, response to Representative Gosar's letter from Secretary Noem.
Without objection.
Another response from Secretary Noem dated February 4th, 2026 to Gosar.
Without objection.
And also, finally, DHS OIG highlights covert testing of TSA's checkpoint security screening effectiveness.
Without objection.
Okay, can we also talk about what the OIG said about DHS?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
Gives me an opportunity to show you the 8 letters that I have sent to you over the last year, only one of which have been replied to. So it gives me the opportunity to ask you the questions and try to get an answer. One of the things you're most famous for, probably your quote of quotes, is we're going to go after the worst of the worst. The murderers, the pedophiles, the rapists, et cetera. In my letters, I said I agree with you on those things. People who are in this country illegally or not citizens who commit those crimes should be deported. But the facts show that most of the people that you have stopped and tried to deport have not committed any of those crimes. In fact, they've committed no crimes at all. I've got a study here from the Justice Department that shows that less than half as undocumented immigrants are less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And the pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. And they're half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. That's an NIJ study. In Tennessee, there was a study that was just in the Commercial Appeal, our local newspaper in Memphis, that shows the same, that they are very unlikely to commit offenses. For the folks that are here and your families, I'm sorry. It's terrible what happened to your children or your family members. But they are more likely, and citizens are more likely to be attacked by United States citizens who are not undocumented, who came here and are born here. They are more likely to commit these crimes. So why do you continue to talk about the worst and the worst when all the statistics show we're not stopping the worst and the worst? We're doing what Stephen Miller wants to do and set a record of deportations.
Can I respond to you now, sir?
I hope you will now.
Okay,
It's
good.
been a year.
Well, thank you for your letters, and we have responded to those. When I came into office, there was years of letters that Mayorkas did not respond to, that we had to backlog and respond to all the letters that he received as secretary. And in fact, one of those letters was
I just want to hear about
500.
Wait just a cotton picking minute. Are you saying that she is trying to tell me that when she came into office, instead of addressing current letters from Congress to her, her team went back and did whatever letters Mayorkas hadn't answered? Are you kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I like to be kissed when I'm being fucked. And I don't get the sense that I'm being kissed while I'm being fucked here. So I don't understand. Are you kidding me? That is her excuse for not answering letters from Congress people for oversight? Is that she was busy answering old letters to people who may not even be in Congress anymore? Are you kidding me? Is this acceptable? Is this what we pay for? Is this what we give her $1 billion for? What the fuck? Is it just me? Like, I can't even believe this is real. Good morning, meowing. Sorry, I didn't see you come in.
the letters I wrote you.
67 days old.
Just
that
tell
they
me
had
about
to
the
respond.
letters I wrote you.
I have responded to over 1,490 letters that I've gotten from members of Congress.
You could have done
in the last 12
1,498
months.
and done mine
That's
as well.
just individual letters. Sometimes they had 60 to 70 signatures on them, and we responded to every one of them.
Tell me about the worst of the worst.
The worst of the worst, sir. I think you've offended the families behind me today with that.
Did
comment.
not intend to, and I
Because
think
you
it's
were-
wrong for you to suggest it.
You're commenting on the fact that the individuals aren't violent reoffenders, and you keep talking about the fact that these individuals that are in this country illegally don't harm families. These
No, I didn't
families
say that. I
behind
said
me-
they're less likely than people born here. I
Well,
didn't
the
say
vast
that they don't do
majority,
it.
vast majority of these people behind me lost their children due to drugs, overdoses from drugs that came over the southern border. They died from their kids.
Minute, I thought they were murdered by illegal aliens. I'm confused. What happened? Did they die from drugs or the illegal aliens? When did the drugs come in that killed them? You know, like, come on. This is so fucking stupid.
Is being hit on
I wonder
accidents
about this
on the
entire
roads
country,
that
Neil.
illegal drivers were driving. Truck drivers, Marcus Coleman and Delilah's father has told the story over and over again.
All that's true
about
and a
how that
given. That's
individual-
true and a given, Ms. Nome, but you say you're only going after the worst of the worst, and you're not.
We are.
Go
We are
after the worst
targeting-
of the worst. And if you did, people wouldn't find your
We are
department to be the
targeting-
worst department in the United States of America.
We do targeted enforcement based on intelligence and go after the worst of the worst. When we are on those enforcement actions, if there are people with those individuals, we confirm their identities as well to make sure that they have legal status in our country. We need to make sure that people understand that when you come into this country illegally, overstay a student visa, if you don't go in for your
I'm going to
court
reclaim my time
appearances,
because
if you're out of legal
I'm
status,
reclaiming my
then you need
time,
to
Madam
go home.
Secretary, please. That's one issue. Another issue is the fact of training. And an ICE Academy has Ryan Schwank, a former instructor and immigration and customs enforcement attorney, joined ICE in 2021 and resigned February 13 because he wanted people to know that he received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. He says the time, the studies, the constitutional law and deadly force have all been cut down. Instead of doing 8 hours a day, they do 12 hours a day. You've increased.
Sir, the gentleman you're referencing was detailed to FLETC for training for a couple of months. He's a trial attorney. He was never there before we changed the curriculum. He was only there for a couple of months after we had changed it and made sure that it was 6 days a
That's
week,
all he
12
needed to
hours a day.
see.
All of the individuals received all the training they did before.
I've got
and
27
more.
seconds left.
They also
And then
received-
27
right?
seconds
You know,
left. I
don't they
reclaim
come
my
in the
time.
mail,
I
too?
taught police law. You get more learning in the less time you give them. If you more time, they learn less because their brains start to go other places. Do you have any people that you've hired who were January 6 offenders?
Not that I know of.
Can you go in your records and tell me if anybody who you hired was a January 6 offender?
I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gentleman's
Yield back
time has
the balance.
expired. Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank you for your service.
All of our officers, CBP has had them on many of their agents that interact.
Oh, wait. Let me hear what she's saying. This is a body-worn cameras. Okay.
Supported financially for running the systems that run the body cameras. Also, ICE has body cameras deployed, but we're not funded for body cameras right now. So that's one thing I'd like to ask you all to do. I have said that we will.
Why don't you take some plane money then, bitch? Why don't you take some of your plane money, all right? Why don't you buy less thread count sheets for that queen bed that you're going to fuck Corey in with your strap on later? No shame in that game, but when you two do it, bleh. Anyway.
Deploy every body camera that we have, and we are doing that. I think we now today maybe have 14,000 body cameras on agents that are out doing enforcement, but clearly we need tens of thousands more. And we need to be able to maintain them, have the analyzers that can go through the video to make sure that it is a situation that it's analyzed for these investigations.
Then
And I agree with you.
Then maybe you need to rethink your procurement strategy or what you're spending your money on. I would love to know what you're spending your money on that means that you couldn't get critical equipment to protect your officers, right? The body camera protects the officer. That really happens. Yeah, she's very small, like she's very emaciated, and that's fine. You know, everybody has different body types, but she also has no soul, so she's a little bit different than most people. Yeah, more money than the Marines, and you don't have enough money for body-worn cameras. What are you buying? Are you buying really nice embroidered jackets? Like, what are you talking about? There's no way you shouldn't have enough money. Did you not put that in your budget request? I have questions. You know, the problem with this government is that they can get away with things because this oversight cannot completely oversee everything that is happening. I don't know if she's always been kind of thin. I don't know if it's her body, but she's got like thigh gap for years, and I don't know, whatever. And she's got no soul. And I want her to just, you know what I want? I want her to like implode into herself, like become so small that you know how you like atoms, like they move into themselves. That's what I want. I want her to like into a little black hole. But the hair will stick out because it's not real.
Well, I would tell you that all of our officers and at the department, we follow the Constitution and respect the amendments. The Fourth Amendment's incredibly important. In the 400,000 different instances where we've detained someone under administrative warrant, only 28 of those have been used to go into a home. So it's very rare, not very often. It is legal, it is justified.
Wait, what? You just admitted it? You just admitted that you're going into homes with an administrative warrant, which is against the Constitution? You just admitted it. You just admitted it. And now you're saying 400,000 people have been detained? Well, that's a number I haven't heard before. Yeah, plenty of money for bear spray.
Is the tool that you have given us as a body and that the Supreme Court has confirmed. So we do use it, but it's very rare when we do.
All right. With that, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Damn,
Secretary
that was massive.
Noem, last month, your Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director, Todd Lyons, confirmed that the Department of Homeland Security is conducting an investigation into the brutal, cruel, and senseless killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension Superintendent Drew Evans loudly and publicly complained when, in the minutes and hours after your agents shot Alex Preddy to death in broad daylight, your DHS agents excluded BCA and Minneapolis police from accessing the crime scene. Your agents continued to physically block state and local law enforcement access to the crime scene even after they were presented with a search warrant issued by a judge that authorized their appearance at that location, the crime scene. And so with you having excluded them, that left your department's agents uniquely positioned to clandestinely seize and control all of the physical evidence from the crime scene, including body camera footage, phones, firearms, ballistic evidence, and other physical evidence. Your attempts to hide the evidence from state and local law enforcement forced Minnesota officials to go into federal court to obtain a temporary restraining order preventing you from destroying or altering the evidence and ordering you to preserve the evidence. Madam Secretary, who was it that ordered you to deny state and local law enforcement agency access to the Alex Preddy crime scene? Was it Donald Trump? Was it Pam Bondi? Was it Kash Patel? Or was it Corey? Whose idea was it?
Congressman, I will tell you it is not my role as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security to conduct investigations at the federal level.
I'm asking who was it that instructed your agents to deny access to the crime scene to state and local law enforcement
I
agents?
wish there would have been more local law enforcement there that day. The reason that
they were there, but your agency prevented them from accessing the crime scene. Who was it that gave that order?
We all have eyes, okay? We all have eyes. We know that we know that there wasn't a riot at the crime scene. Your agents made it worse. And guess what? Your agents shot Alex Preddy and then gloated about it. You have shitty people working for you. Period.
To deny access to the crime scene.
Sir, I don't make those decisions on
who made the decision?
I will tell you that within the agency,
whose decision was it?
Do you
within
not
the
run
agency
the fucking
for
department?
incidences
Was
that
it
there
Corey's
is internal
idea?
investigations that go through the office of
Okay, well, you're not
PR,
gonna
and then also
answer.
beyond that,
You're not gonna answer my
the
question.
ICE
That's
goes to
fine,
the
ma'am.
incident.
I'm going to reclaim my time. As the Secretary of Homeland Security, you are the ultimate overseer of your department's investigations into the death of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Isn't that correct?
We conduct investigations within ICE and CBP.
Okay,
that are
fine. You're
internal
responsible for it. That was my
to
question.
the officers to make sure they follow
Within
their protocols and
hours
training.
of these killings, you jumped before the cameras on national TV and lied about these victims, labeling them domestic terrorists, before the investigation had even begun. Even your own ICE director has now admitted that they are not terrorists, and that kind of comment could bias the investigation. Secretary Norm, will you acknowledge that your lies labeling Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy as domestic terrorists could bias the DHS investigation into their killings?
These investigations are ongoing. They're
Well, couldn't your
external.
comments have
The
signaled
Incident Review
what
Committee
the
within
conclusion
ICE
of the
will determine
investigation
any
should
actions
be?
that will take it, and within CBP, it's the National Use of Force Board that does those
what
evaluations.
you did
They'll
was
continue
actually
to do
prejudice
that.
the investigations that your department is conducting, Madam Secretary. And, you know, it's no mistake. Your department has a pattern of obstructing investigations. A federal judge has lambasted your ICE director for lying in court, and you, the Inspector General, just yesterday revealed to the public, your own Inspector General, who was appointed by Trump, has revealed that your department has been obstructing his independent investigations into your department and into your department's ability to investigate others.
That is not true. In that letter that he sent to the Hill yesterday,
I want to enter into the record for unanimous consent two articles that document the fact that the Inspector General says that DHS has systematically obstructed its work. It's a Wall Street Journal article dated March 3rd, yesterday.
Without objection.
And also a Politico article, internal DHS watchdog Noam is obstructing our work.
Without objection.
How can the public
No,
think that you will give...
Gentleman's time has expired. You've asked for 2 unanimous consent requests. Without objection, those are into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Ridiculous. My question is related to the vetting process, though. Can you just elaborate a little bit on how you had to reform and change that process compared to where we were under Secretary Mayorkas?
Well, if you're talking in specifics to programs under USCIS that were being utilized by the Biden administration to allow access into our country, we have put on pause a hold.
What's it mean when you're
on green cards and naturalizations from 39 different countries of interest that the president had identified with the State Department. And Operation Allies Welcome has been a huge conversation as well. Those individuals are being re-vetted, and they're being re-vetted by going back and interviewing them. Under the refugee program, every year there's to be an in-person interview conducted in order to keep that status and to see if this individual is working to become a legal permanent resident or not. That was not happening at all. There was no interviews happening. There was no looking at social media and what they were out there putting on the internet as far as thoughts and opinions and how they were being successful assimilating into getting a job, or how their kids were doing in school. Those things, all that vetting is being done, and background information now to make new determinations on individuals, not just that were here under that program, but that came in under the Biden administration, that we know that due diligence on vetting wasn't done.
So there's another small change I hope you can just discuss, and that is
Prove it.
Former Border Chief,
Prove it.
and now with CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott. He testified to our committee in 2023 that an illegal alien was only screened against U.S. criminal databases and not against databases from the alien countries of origin, which makes no sense.
That's
I
correct.
mean, obviously, somebody that didn't live in the States suddenly crosses the border illegally, and the only thing that they had been utilizing was some kind of database, which obviously did not include the individual that illegally crossed. I'm wondering, that must have been something you eliminated almost immediately or changed. I'm just wondering if you could discuss that.
No, we do all that due diligence now, and it's very difficult to get adequate vetting from a country that doesn't have a stable government as well. So when there is that situation and they can't provide you with any information, that individual is not allowed to participate in any of the programs that would allow them to be here on a workman's visa or a student.
You're telling me that if someone comes to seek asylum here in this country because they're experiencing political oppression in their own country, etc., you're telling me that if that person tries to get asylum and you contact the country they came from who was trying to oppress them while they were there, you're telling me that if that country doesn't tell you what was happening to that person or what they did or whatever, that you're just not going to let that person in? Do you understand what that means? Do you understand the whole fucking Statue of Liberty bitch, standing there? Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. Remember that? That's kind of one of the foundational pieces of this country. Whether or not it actually does it is another thing, but at least it claims it, right? At least it claims it. So you're telling me that this is a seminal change to our asylum policy, by the way. I don't know if it's legal or not. It seems fairly illegal when it comes to asylum. But you're telling me that if the country who is oppressing that person decides they don't want to play ball and they're not going to tell you anything about that person, that you then say, well, sorry, they're not going to tell us anything about you. So go fuck yourself. Because I know you're about to drop the hammer. Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but I'm sorry if I stop it too often. I do apologize. I just get really angry. But yeah, I just do you understand that is a complete antithesis of our asylum system here in this country? That was one of the foundational pieces of, as people started to come to this country. What, come on now.
I see those
Oh, whoops.
who are still with us.
To comment on.
Okay.
The face-to-face interviews are critical, right?
They are.
And they were not being done under the Biden administration. And it can be a brief interaction.
Protocols were not checked if they just had a letter of recommendation from someone else in the federal government. We've stopped that, and even if we do.
Yeah, this is for what she's talking about are the people. Yeah, asylum should be a separate conversation too. But another thing is, you know, if she's talking about the people who are Afghan who helped our troops during the Afghan war for over 20 years. Many Afghans stepped forward to be translators, to provide intelligence, to assist maybe working on the grounds, you know, maybe doing maintenance or other things. There's probably a million different ways that Afghan citizens were used by the U.S. military over those 20 years. And when Trump created a problematic withdrawal, which is his creation, not Biden's, and Biden did whatever he could do to get out of Afghanistan in somewhat semblance of one piece. Oh my God, where's my mind going? Those people were allowed to come into the country. They all had to go through Doha and other places, so they were vetted, right? And there's a bunch of people who this many years later are still sitting in Qatar waiting for their approval to come to the United States. And what she's saying is that it doesn't matter if someone wrote a letter of recommendation, like if your squad commander wrote, because that's what I've heard a lot of examples of, is like the commander or someone at a particular installation will write a letter of recommendation for one of the Afghan citizens who assisted during the war, and that as being one of the basis. There's no reason that needs to be redone. And she's saying it doesn't matter if you got a recommendation from someone else. That doesn't matter. The rules are different now. I know you helped us for all those years, put your lives in danger, put your family's lives in danger just for helping the Americans. But too bad. So sad. You guys were dumb. You shouldn't have helped us. Because now you can't go home because you'll be killed by the Taliban. And you can't stay here. Look at what we've done to people who helped us, who put their lives at risk for us. That's really disgusting. I don't know why everyone doesn't find that disgusting. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
You get someone who recommends someone as a refugee, we still vet them thoroughly.
Thank you. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Secretary, you have referenced many times the families behind you, and I see the families, and I see your pain, and I see your loss. I see those who are still with us but have been hurt and changed. And I'm sorry that this has happened to you. And I see you. I know my colleagues see you. Our country sees you. And I thank you for being here today. Secretary, my question for you is, do you see families like Miguel Lopez, who was a neighbor of mine in Livermore, California? Miguel had lived in Livermore for over 30 years. He raised his 3 children in Livermore. His youngest is a senior at a local high school, just finished his football season. Miguel worked at a winery where my wife and I were married almost 10 years ago. Miguel had done everything that was asked of him, went to every immigration proceeding
I don't believe that.
he was supposed to go to, and in April was put in handcuffs as he was following the orders of the court and going to the proceedings. He was arrested and sent to Mexico over a judge's objection that he not be sent to Mexico and he stay in the United States. Every Sunday night, his wife Rosa and the family have a dinner, and there's an empty chair at the dinner table. Miguel's not there. I went and saw Miguel in Mexico. He doesn't have a job. He's not able to provide. And he said his Spanish isn't even that great because he hasn't been there for 30 years and it's hard for him to communicate. Do you see the pain of families like Miguel Lopez, someone who did not commit a violent crime but has been separated from his family and is not providing, is not working?
Congressman,
do you see that pain?
Did he have a criminal record?
Did Mr. Lopez have a criminal record? In 1995, he pled to a lesser nonviolent charge. But do you see the pain
I do
that somebody...
I do see the pain,
Okay.
and I wish people would do things correctly. If they're not in legal status in this country, they can return home. We
Oh
will
my
pay for them
God.
to return
Yeah.
home. I
She
hope
doesn't
he
give a
got the
shit.
$2,600 he could
Do you
have
think
gotten.
that makes up for
I
not
think
being with his
it
family?
helps. It helps because we have agreements with these countries where they are helping to facilitate housing.
was a
and
nonviolent
training,
crime, Secretary.
But then he gets the chance to come back the right way. Now that he's waited until he's been detained and deported, he will never get the chance to come back to the United States.
It was
And
a
so I wish that
nonviolent-
he would have made the right
He
decision.
was at his appointment. God damn it. He was at his appointment. He was at his appointment. People are doing it the right way. She just doesn't give a shit, you guys. She just doesn't care if people die, if children cry. She does not care.
And decided to go
What do we
home
do?
to help his
What do we
family and
do?
him to be together. They have choices that they can make to be together, and we're hopeful that they will continue to do that.
The president also, by the way, is a convicted felon, if you want to talk about criminal records. Secretary Noem, did you or your staff fire one of your pilots recently?
No,
No pilot was relieved of their duty?
no.
The
Not
story in
that
the,
I'm aware of.
So the story, and recognizing you're under oath, the story in the Wall Street Journal was incorrect.
Not that I'm aware
That
of.
individual was not fired. Do you know how many years it takes to get a military officer to be fired? That story was
Was he asked to not
completely
fly the
inaccurate.
next day?
It was not accurate, and I was surprised that the Wall Street Journal would print that many inaccuracies in one article.
Well, the Wall Street Journal is not a liberal newspaper of record. Well, tell me
I don't
then,
know what it is anymore.
tell me then, has a single ICE agent or CBP officer, has a single ICE agent or CBP officer been disciplined since you've been Secretary of Homeland Security? As we've seen women dragged through their streets by their hair and thrown into unmarked cars, people chased through the fields and factories where they work, public executions
Yes,
happening in our
yeah,
streets. Has
I
a single
support that.
ICE agent or CBP officer been disciplined?
Yes, they have.
How many?
I don't know the number. I can get that for you if
Do you
you'd
think
like
that
me
number is
to.
important?
I think that it's wise and smart, and what we're doing is accurate according to the law by doing those internal investigations through the process that's set up. There's an Office of Professional Responsibility that does the investigation, and decisions are brought before the National Use of Force Board, and they review each incident as objectively outside of that law enforcement encounter, and then give a decision for
Has
it.
anyone been fired? Has anyone lost their job?
There could be.
Well, I'm not asking if it could be, I'm asking, has anyone been fired?
I'm certain that they have. That happens once in a while when there is a need for someone to be
For
held
conduct related
accountable.
to enforcement actions?
We hold our law enforcement officers accountable and are grateful that they serve, that they put their lives on the line, and also recognize that when these situations that they follow
She
their
just
training.
doesn't. Okay, she just doesn't. She doesn't. She does not supervise her staff. She is in over her head. She is in over her tiny pinhead. Her little Nazi black soul. She's in. She can't do it. She doesn't understand. And she's just been told, you're not holding anybody accountable for anything. Don't yield any territory. Don't apologize for anything. I know. Actually, Swalwell, I was kind of hoping, hi, Slow Speed Chase. I was kind of hoping Swalwell would really go. Yeah, I know. Isn't that a great pause face? I love that one, Josh. I think Swalwell should go for the jugular. I do like the way that he opened. I thought that was appropriate, and I think it was good. It kind of cut her off at the pass with her stupid little parlor tricks.
and the legality of the course to how they interact with the public.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman.
With this immigration fraud.
Yes, we are. We are, and we've already,
Tiffany.
revoked national naturalization and citizenship and legal permanent residencies from thousands of people because of immigration fraud. And now investigations are ongoing into prosecution.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
No, who has 30 years to wait
Gentleman
to come
yields
back to the
back.
U.S.
I
and their
recognize the
family is
gentleman
struggling
from
now?
California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No reason for him
Thank
to be
you,
in
Secretary
Mexico.
Noem, for being here today. I served on active duty in the United States Air Force. I agree with you that we must have strong borders and that
Come on,
undocumented
Ted. Let
immigrants
her
with
have it.
final removal orders or committed violent crimes should be deported. Now, the reason the overwhelming majority of Americans have turned against you is because you have engaged in corruption, strayed from your mission, and abused your power. Masked, anonymous federal agents have killed 3 Americans. Federal agents are illegally conducting surveillance of Americans exercising their First and Second Amendment rights, and your agents are arresting people who should not be arrested. I'm now going to show you a slide of Liam Ramos. This is a picture of your agents detaining Liam in Minnesota. He's wearing a blue bunny hat. Let me ask you, did Liam commit a crime?
Liam was not detained. His father was, and his father abandoned him. And when they went to try to return Liam to his mother, she wouldn't come out of the house and get him either. So therefore, Liam's father chose to take Liam with him.
I believe you're not telling the truth. School officials at the scene say there are people in the house saying they could take care of Liam, and a federal judge rejected the arguments that your agency made. The federal judge stated, in fact, that this incident originated in, quote, the ill-conceived and incompetently implemented government pursuit of daily deportation quotas, apparently even if it requires traumatizing children, and then he forced your agency to release Liam, fly him back all the way from detention center in Texas back to Minnesota, and release his father as well. Now I'm going to show you another picture. It's of Amalia, who is a toddler that ICE also detained. Let me ask you, did Amalia commit a crime?
No, she did not. She is with her family.
Right. And the reason she's with her family is because she almost died in ICE detention until folks brought a lawsuit forcing the release of Amalia. Now, you may wonder, well, why is ICE going after children? And it's because study after study shows that immigrants, both documented and undocumented, commit less crimes than native-born Americans. So I'm going to put up this slide from NPR. It actually describes also a study that in Texas, immigrants committed less than 37% of crimes compared to native-born Americans. And this has now resulted in your agents having to go after people, such as children, who should not be detained. So now I'm going to show you a video from New Jersey where 4th and 5th graders are running away from ICE agents.
Students running from the presence of ICE agents. That's what the Lindenwold School District says happened this morning as children waited for their school bus.
I'm going to show you a second video, this time from Minnesota, where your agents are terrorizing children being dropped off at school.
People are trying to get their kids to school, and you're out here threatening and terrorizing people.
So, Secretary Noem, will you commit to stopping ICE from doing operations at or near school bus stops, school drop-off locations, and school campuses?
Our ICE officers do targeted enforcement operations, and they follow the same protocols that other law enforcement do, and having those interdictions happen not in public places. That they do it to where a situation and someone is more isolated and alone so that it can protect any people that would be around at that point in time. So those clips that you
That is
show
just
are
a
not the full
blatant
encounters
lie.
of how those folks were evading law enforcement interdiction and ended up near that school.
Those
law
children-
enforcement officers did
those
not
children-
target that school or conduct their operations.
Those children were evading interdiction? Is that what you just said? She just lies. Oh, man. I can't wait for Nuremberg 2.0. I got to pull up my seating chart. Hold on.
Near there. The evolving situation on the ground would have been helpful to have local law enforcement backup on the scene to help secure locations. And these individuals and law enforcement officers follow the same enforcement techniques, use of force
So
techniques,
thank you. I'm going to
and
reclaim
training
my
that
time.
others do.
I just showed you a video with ICE officers at a school drop-off location. So your refusal to commit to stopping these operations at or near schools and drop-off locations is why you're failing. So I'm going to show you this video that encapsulates why you're failing.
For my entire life, but sorry. It's all right. I watched 4th and 5th grade kids run away from our own government. I never want to see that again. And I'm not going to stand by and watch my neighbors run away scared. That's not Camden County. That's not New Jersey. It's not the United States. I love the United States. I love New Jersey. And I love Camden County. I love Lindenwold too. But that's not what we are. It's not who we are.
It is not who we are. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Madam Secretary, if you need a break at any time, just have your team let us know, and we'll be happy to do that. We do have a couple who got to run, so we're going to try to get a few more in if that works.
You bet,
Okay.
absolutely.
Let's go. We'll go with the gentleman from North Carolina. Mr. Nas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for being here. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that they are still continuing to defend illegal immigration and act like it is not a mortal wound to this country. Your country failed you, and I'm sorry. Madam Secretary, very quickly, does illegal immigration help or hurt the quality of health care for Americans?
It hurts the quality of health care.
Does it help or hurt the quality of public education?
It hurts the quality of public education.
Public safety?
It hurts public safety.
What about the quality of social safety nets?
Yes.
Does it help or hurt?
It hurts. It diverts the
Give me the
resources away
data.
from
Give me
American
the
citizens
data.
who need
Give me
the
the
service of those
data. Give me the
programs.
data.
Does it help or hurt
Give me the
local
fucking
law
data.
enforcement?
It hurts
Give
them,
me the
stretches their
fucking data.
resources too thin.
What about the availability of housing?
It's driven up housing costs.
What about the cost of insurance?
Insurance is higher.
What about wages for American workers?
They steal wages out of pockets. In fact, one of the most compelling stories, if he
What's
could
the
ever get the
fucking
chance to tell it, is
study?
Marcus's. He was a
Who's this cunt here? Who's this motherfucking cunt? AYFN? I don't even know what that means. This is all bullshit. There's no data. There's zero data for what she's saying. I still wish they would hammer on her misconduct. Yes, HCR thinks we could get her kicked out and weaken the admin. I think they're trying to take her out. If you had watched the Senate hearing, if you haven't caught that, Kennedy, of all people, went after her very badly, which said to us, or me, that it looks like her time is coming to an end. I don't think that she can withhold all this scrutiny. And she keeps fucking up with Corey, right? Corey's always up her ass. And then they've got these planes that they're buying. She has way too much money allocated, and they don't even have body cams. She just said this morning they have money for 3 737s to be refurbished and tricked out for her, literally, but didn't have enough money for fucking body cams. This dipshit is my rep because of gerrymandering. He leaves the hearing and goes to put on the Klan hood. He sounds like it, Sharon. Oh my God.
truck driver for years. When he worked for that company, he was
Here illegally, leave. They fight
why
you
don't you
at
leave?
every turn.
You leave. You leave.
Can you please describe
Attilas
briefly
gave her some
the
too.
obstruction that you've had to endure in trying to remove people who are here illegally by my friends on the other side of the aisle?
well, activist federal judges many times.
Federal judges are not activists, okay? Federal judges take their jobs very seriously. Many of the federal judges who have ruled against her flouting the law and the Constitution have been appointed by Republicans because guess what? The law is blind. You know that little statue of the chick holding the scales and she's got a blindfold on? That's what it means. And so activist judges doesn't make any sense and is propaganda because judges just apply the law. Now, sometimes you could say there's activist judges like Cannon, who is an activist because she's actually not following the law and is enabled by a SCOTUS who is determined to interpret the Constitution in ways that benefit this particular president. But really, yeah, all you missed was me getting angry, and you would have gotten angry too, my love.
Force us to cease operations or
to help you, Madam Secretary, remove people who are here illegally.
Off, all right?
And it
Why
really
don't you whip it out.
ticks me off when people say
her
they
have
have
it.
not committed a
You
crime.
love her. Let her
so we
have
shouldn't
it.
deport them. What that is saying
You're
in
an
another
actor.
sense is we want an American to be victimized from someone who is here illegally before we take action.
What?
That's disgusting.
What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Thought crimes? What are you talking about? Sir, the data does not support what you're trying to scare people of. The data doesn't support that just because you're here illegally that you are a criminal. Guess what? First of all, that's a civil offense. That ain't criminal. Okay? So fuck off and follow the Constitution. But, oh my God, this little fucking mayonnaise boy.
If you're here illegally, you should leave the country.
You should leave
It
the
should not be
country.
too rapid.
Fuck you. Oh, whoops. Okay, they're on a break. All right, great. That's fabulous. Holy shit. I can't even handle this. I know. I can't handle it. I'm trying to find my seating chart for Nuremberg. Well, I should probably just we should do some reading while we have a chance. I'm not sure how long their break is. It might be just, a few minutes. Let me check the headlines actually now that we're, hold on. Oh my God, I'm so angry. God, I don't want to be angry. I'm actually not an angry person. I'm super not, my fantasy Nuremberg indictment draft. I have the seating chart, slow speed. I'm making a seating chart for Nuremberg 2.0, and I just can't seem to find it right now, but I'm going to. Break alert. I know, it's time to smoke a little bit. It's true. Right now, I only have my vape pen. I don't have any weed, but I'll fix that sometime. Can we deport all the GOPs whose ancestors came in before immigration law of checks notes, 1924? Yes. Yes, please. And you know what? Deport me. My family came in 1854. And in fact, my great grandfather was a fucking stowaway. My great grandfather stowed away on a ship from Ireland and ended up settling in Missouri. So, I come from illegal immigrants. So what about me? Send me back to Ireland. I'm sure Ireland would love that. I'm sure Ireland would love to get all the assholes that Yeah, if you're for open borders, you can stay. Exactly. But in their mind, if they're going to just start deporting people that came over illegally and that's your crime, well, mea culpa. It's so dumb. Including roughly 15 to 24,000 nurses and over 100,000 nursing assistants and home health aides. What's that? Jim Jordan, he needs to poop. No, Josh, come on. We know this is a poop break. We understand this. And her GLP-1 is kicking in. It's time to let it loose. Let the bowels loose. Just in the morning. Approximately 367 to under 450,000 undocumented immigrants work in the U.S. healthcare and social assistance industry, providing critical support in hospitals, nursing homes, and home care settings. Absolutely. I would. Yeah, she's going to go in the front row, Neil. Don't worry. I don't know if it's 12 people per row. God, I got to find that. But I should probably read something to us first. But I got to find that. I'll find it when they start talking. Okay, let's see what's happening on the news cycle. Is that an effective I don't know. I'm totally making that up, actually. I have no idea. I have no idea if that's actually a side effect of GLP-1. I'm making shit up. That's what I do. This one I thought was a little shocking. Turkey says NATO shot down the Iranian missile heading to Turkish airspace. So now NATO's involved. Because this morning I did catch that PD Pigsbreath was asked if that was an Article 5. And what was his answer? It was something really stupid. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it was. He didn't have any information on it or something like that. But anyway, to me, that's a step deeper into a global war. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Which I hate to be that hyperbolic person, but this is clearly an escalation when you're sending, you know what? Fucking either Iran is kneecapped at this point or they're not. What the fuck is it? I don't think they have a handle on what is happening with the Iranians and the Iranian military response. Because it seems to me that all kinds of shit are happening. And the fact that they can't stop talking about the 13 poor service members who died during the withdrawal from Afghanistan, when in fact they have killed unnecessarily 6 members of our military, children, who were fighting their stupid wag the dog war. I think we should watch Wag the Dog this Saturday. Because that, to me, is when NATO is going to get involved in shooting shit down, that's a whole other level of escalation. And if these people were so hell-bent on having World War III, well, they just are about to make it happen. So all the stupid people, like the Chuds and all the pedo supporters, because this president credibly raped children multiple times, you're now going to make the war that you want happen. We don't want it. I wanted the lady who laughed too much, okay? I wanted to fight her on the genocide that we are funding in Israel. That's what I wanted to fight her on. And whatever else I had to fight her on. Maybe I had to fight her on some corporate stuff. Maybe I had to fight her on some law enforcement, militarization stuff. But I didn't have to fight her on some kind of fucking glory war. I didn't have to fight her when she was shooting people in the face in the streets of America. I wouldn't have to fight her when it came to Ukraine and the fact that it's important that Russia and Putin in particular be stopped, because he doesn't have any intention of stopping. And when he does get a hold of a country, those people will suffer. So I wouldn't have had to fight her on those things. And I would definitely want to be fighting her and on some isolated issues than to fight on every single front. Oh, yeah, the current frontrunner for Khamenei is his son, a grandson, right? Is his grandson, who is viewed as a bigger hardliner. Where have we heard this before? Where have we heard this before? Turkey is a NATO member. I wonder if the Turkish Air Force shot down the missile, but Turkey is trying to drag NATO. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure what the relationship is between Erdogan and Rutte. But I don't think Rutte was probably pretty happy about that. And then UK bent the knee, right? Starmer bent the knee, said, oh, you can use our bases in Cyprus. The people of Cyprus said no. But Keir Starmer first said no, but then within 24 hours bent the knee so fast because he's scared, because he appointed Mandelson. And Mandelson is going to go away for the rest of his life, probably for espionage, which is going to not be easy for Keir Starmer to fight. So, yeah. I don't trust Turkey. No, I don't trust Erdogan. Erdogan is a fucking despot. Erdogan played at a coup a while back just to, augment support for, fuck Erdogan. He's not in the interest of his own people. Fuck him. He'll take anybody's money. He doesn't give a shit. So, you know what? I have no time for that. Anyways, so Turkey says NATO shot down the Iranian missile. Yikes. Iran's secret outreach. Oh, I had heard about this, and I want to see what this says. Okay. President Trump is beginning to consider what sort of Iranian government might come next. Oh, really? Is he thinking about that now? Like, what does he have to do with that? He created the vacuum. Oh, my God. This world is so dumb. God, in public, Iran's surviving leaders have defiantly refused to negotiate with Trump to end the American and Israeli assault on their country. But a day after the attacks began, operatives from Iran's Ministry of Intelligence reached out indirectly to the CIA with an offer to discuss terms for ending the conflict, according to officials briefed on the outreach. U.S. officials are skeptical, at least in the short term, that either the Trump administration or Iran is really ready for an off-ramp, the officials briefed on the outreach said. Well, isn't it worth a try so that no more people die? Still, the offer, which was made through another country's spy agency, raises critical questions about whether any Iranian officials could be put into place a ceasefire agreement with the Tehran government in chaos as its leaders are methodically picked off by Israeli strikes. Well, that's really interesting. So they're admitting that they actually just created the vacuum and they had no intention of how to fill it. Not that it's our role to fill it, by the way. It's not our role to create the vacuum in the first place. I'm telling you, if there are not treason, if there is not a Nuremberg 2.0, then this world is done. This world is finished. Finished. Still, the offer. The offer was described on the condition of anonymity to the New York Times by Middle Eastern officials and officials from a Western country. White House and Iranian officials did not respond to requests. The CIA declined. Israeli officials who want a weeks-long campaign to inflict maximum damage on Iran's military capabilities and perhaps cause Iran's government to collapse have urged the United States to ignore the approach. For now, the offer is not considered serious in Washington. Wow, we just are owned by Israel. Like literally owned by Israel. Literally, Israel is running our foreign affairs. What does Bibi have on Trump? It must be really, really good. After saying for days that he was open to discussing a deal with Iran because he lied about it, you idiots. Mr. Trump posted on social media on Tuesday morning that it was now too late for talks. This is like, I don't, am I out of line? Like, am I like out of touch with, oh, they're coming back. Am I out of touch with reality? Am I the drama? Am I the drama? I don't know. I feel like I'm the drama. I feel like I'm the idiot that doesn't understand. I can't believe this. I can't believe this world. I can't. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. They've stopped. Okay. Speaking with reporters later in the day, Mr. Trump lamented that the Iranian officials and the United States knew and had considered as potential leaders were being killed. This was great. This was a great moment. This is like, you cannot make this shit up. Like, the movie won't even do it justice. The movie will not do it justice. Most of the people we had in mind are dead, Mr. Trump said. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. What? The Iranian outreach and the chaos in Iran's leadership ranks as the assault continues highlights the key issue Mr. Trump faces as he decides what sort of Iranian government he might hope to shape. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? I thought we weren't nation building. I thought you guys hated nation building. I thought literally fucking MAGA hated nation building. You fucking claim that we're the ones that want a nation build, but you're the ones who are fucking nation building. He already seems to have stopped promoting his initial scenario of a popular uprising against the government yielding a new set of leaders. Yeah, go send the Iranians out to do your dirty work and get themselves killed. Great idea. I love that idea. Wow. What a guy. At a minimum, Trump officials will expect any agreement to stop the bombing to include a pledge from Tehran to abandon or drastically curtail its ballistic missile and nuclear programs and its support for foreign proxy groups like Hezbollah. In return, Trump has suggested that he would allow Iran's surviving leaders to maintain their economic and political power. What does that mean? The political power? Is that like the whole thing of subjugating women and forcing them to, dress modestly and stuff like that? Is that what you're going to let them keep that power? I thought that was the whole reason you didn't want them to have power in the first place. Huh. Newsflash, they lie.
Committee will come to order. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington
It's
for 5 minutes.
very hard to cover this shit.
Thank you. Secretary Noem, do you know what the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution says?
Search and seizure processes.
Yep. What about it?
Huh?
What about it? What about search and
It
seizure?
guarantees the right to a lawful search and seizure.
It protects individuals against unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. And I ask you that because I've sent you 3 different letters going back to February of 2025 raising concerns that you are unlawfully detaining U.S. citizens in violation of the Fourth Amendment. It was not until yesterday afternoon, more than a year after I sent you my first letter, that I finally received a response from you stating that ICE has detained 18 U.S. citizens. I want to introduce you to just 4 of the U.S. citizens unlawfully detained by ICE who are not even included in the 18 individuals that you cite in your response to me. They're in this room with us, and I invite each of you to stand as I read your story. Patricia O'Keefe was monitoring ICE agents when they deployed pepper spray into her car vent without provocation. They smashed her car windows, pulled her and her friend out, arrested them for, quote, obstruction, and detained them. Patricia saw an entire area dedicated to detaining U.S. citizens. An ICE agent also said, quote, "You guys have to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead," end quote. Referring to Renee Good, ICE detained Patricia for over 8 hours. Ryan Eklund was monitoring ICE activity in his car when ICE agents blocked him and took his photo, then appeared to use that photo to go to his neighborhood and try to intimidate him. He was still in the car when they approached him, pulled him from his car, and put him in leg irons. Ryan was detained for 6 hours. ICE agents shot Wesley Powers with a pepper ball while he was peacefully protesting ICE activity. ICE detained him for 8 hours, gave him no medical assistance, leaving him in clothes that still had dangerous chemical residue. When doctors examined Wesley after his release, the medical professional opinion was that what ICE agents did to him constituted assault. Edmund Higgins is a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. While legally observing ICE, he honked his horn a couple of times, and when he saw agents driving down a narrow road, he actually drove away. But agents chased him until he sought refuge at a local police station. When agents drew their firearms and pointed them at Edmund, well-trained local police officers diffused the situation, but your agents still insisted on detaining Edmund for 6 hours. Secretary Noem, yesterday in the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, you stated that ICE agents may arrest U.S. citizens in the situation where they were obstructing law enforcement or in situations where you have reasons to doubt that they're U.S. citizens. Is that still your position?
I said, or probable cause.
So let me ask each of the U.S. citizens in the audience who were detained. Raise your hand if you were not charged with any crime following your detention. Not a single one of you were charged with a crime. Now raise your hand if any of you were not even asked to prove that you were U.S. citizens during your detention. Not a single one of you were even asked about your citizenship status, making it clear that DHS agents simply don't care that they're arresting U.S. citizens. Now please raise your hand if you were detained by ICE simply for legally protesting or monitoring ICE activity under your First Amendment rights. All 4 U.S. citizens have raised their hands that they were detained simply for legally protesting or monitoring ICE activity. Secretary, these are not 4 isolated incidents. ProPublica's reporting puts the number at over 170 U.S. citizens detained in just the first 8 months of the administration, which doesn't even include Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. None of these 4 U.S. citizens were charged with a crime. None had their citizenship questioned, and all were lawfully exercising their First Amendment rights. Do you have anything you want to say to them or the millions of American citizens across the country that are watching this and horrified at what your department is doing?
Well, context is critical in each of these situations to know the full range of what happened in each of these situations before and after the incident and their arrest.
Secretary, not a single one was charged with a crime. Not a single one, and they were detained. And let me just reclaim my time for my final seconds. DHS is supposed to be protecting our residents and upholding constitutional protections, but you've turned that on the head. You have actually turned the United States government against its own residents, and you've had multiple chances to take accountability, to apologize to these folks and others across the country, but you have failed to do it. Yours is a case of failed leadership, Secretary. You need to resign, be fired, or be impeached.
The time of the gentlelady,
because you don't have the right to lead this agency.
The time of the gentlelady has expired, and she yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. Secretary, thank you for being here. Sorry you got to go through some of the stuff you're going through today, but I guess that's
Damn it. Damn it. Thank you, everybody. Oh my God, you're all so nice. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Mute. God, it just doesn't. I wish I had. I guess I need a red button. Like you're muted. Like look at the red button. I'll figure that out. I don't know how. There's some of this stuff I just can't figure out how to fix. Anyway. What I was reading was, I read that part, but Mr. Trump suggested again on Tuesday that his model would be Venezuela after the U.S. capture in January of the country's leader, Nicolas Maduro. Under threat of additional force or farce, Mr. Trump has compelled Mr. Maduro's successor to grant the United States control over the oil exports while making few demands for political reform. I know, sorry. And so what's really interesting to me is that first of all, there is no plan. There is no plan to address any of the issues that they claim were the reason for them to bomb Iran in the first place, if they're just going to allow the existing leaders to maintain their economic and political power. And the model of Venezuela is that for some reason we have one person in custody around Venezuela, but we left the entire apparatus in place that we supposedly thought was so corrupt. And we just decided that we're going to take part of their profits from their oil, which is, one of the main industries. There was a really interesting YouTube yesterday. God, I got to find that. And they were talking about why Iran and Venezuela are so important. And it had to do with the story that the New York Times, I think, or the Washington Post ran about the fact that the Saudis also were pushing for this war, pushing for Iran to be subdued, because in their interest, they have an interest in taking over oil production, right? And so I'll have to find the clip because it was very interesting. But that also that wouldn't surprise me if it was that this was a Saudi/Israel task with the United States doing the part of the dirty work and dying in the process and killing innocents, people all over, including a school full of girls, which Hegseth claimed not to be able to discuss, or whose munitions actually killed or hit the school, etc. So made all kinds of excuses for that. So this whole like extortion of Venezuela and extortion now probably from Iran serves apparently the Saudi masters who have paid a lot to this administration. Okay, this guy was going through the list of donations basically that have been made. You've got the $2 billion to Affinity Partners way back when Kushner left the White House the first time. You've got the $2 billion something else. You've got hotels across the Middle East. You've got the $5.5 billion investing in AI and data centers that includes, the chips, the advanced chips that we apparently gave the Saudis. So this to me is like a world that is being turned, and that the Saudis and the Israelis and the Russians are all trying to figure out how to use this guy, and they probably all have dirt on him to get to their own ends. And that's just what I'm seeing, but I could be totally wrong because I'm not a political scientist and not an expert on global geopolitics. Let's see. Okay, so what we did in Venezuela, I think, is the perfect scenario, Mr. Dump said in an interview with the New York Times. Leaders can be picked. I mean, this is nation building. I really thought we were like so against this. It's just everything is a lie. This is why I claim disinformation is the real problem, because disinformation is how we got here. I'm sorry, I'm losing viewers because I'm going on and on. Oh, hold on, we're going back. Hold on. Let me bring us back.
Horrible situation here. We're trying to make it safe for America. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Noem. To the survivors, to the families, the Angel families today, my condolences. I believe rapists, murderers, bad people, with or without documents, citizens or not, do not belong on our streets. Again, my condolences. Secretary Noem, you talk about targeted enforcement. I have a report here from my Orange County Sheriff, Orange County, California, sanctuary law state. 323 referred to ICE in 2025, 52 of them not picked up. So you talk about targeted enforcement, you're not picking up some of the worst when the local sheriff is calling you to please pick them up. Need to work on that, Madam Secretary.
I will, sir. If that is the case, we will fix that.
And I'm happy to give you this report before you leave.
Thank you.
I'm going to submit it also for the record.
Objection.
And Madam Secretary, is your department detaining U.S. citizens?
No, we are not. We have...
Have you taken any American citizens to your facilities to be processed?
If they are children and families that want to stay together, then they have the option to do that.
Adults.
And they have the option to do that.
Have you detained American citizen adults?
I think there have been individuals that had probable cause that came into detainment, or an identity that needed to be confirmed.
You
and
talked
then they were released
earlier.
when their identity was confirmed and released.
You talked earlier about context. I'll give you a couple of examples. Willie Winder, U.S. citizen, North Carolina. Saturday morning, sitting in his car, waiting for food from a local restaurant. DHS agent approached him, asked him if he was a citizen, gave that agent his real ID, and then 15 minutes later, he was allowed to go finish ordering his food. When he came back out of the restaurant, Another CBP agent approached him. When he was getting in his truck, they broke his truck window, dragged him out of his car, and handcuffed him. Showed his ID, but they didn't believe him. Moments later, they released him. Yoshi Villamar, U.S. citizen, again, North Carolina, owns a landscape business. CBP agents grabbed him from behind, pushed him to the ground. His workers, his brothers were shouting, he's a U.S. citizen. They still took him. Despite having identity, show him a U.S. citizen, he was still carried out. Again, they weren't at a protest. These individuals were just minding their own business, going to work. So, Secretary Noem, when I was growing up, ICE agents would stop me out in the street, and they would ask me, are you a U.S. citizen? And my answer would be yes, and that was enough. Today, that's not the case. So what would you say, what do you suggest I tell my citizens back home? Have a passport with you all the time?
No, I would tell your citizens to be grateful they live in this country where President Trump is
We
upholding the law.
but ma'am,
Those that
if
are
you're
here
stopped as a
illegally-
U.S. citizen out in the street,
those that are here
and you
illegally
tell people the U.S. citizen and you're still
should
held,
return back to their
that
home
is not the country
before
we're
they're
supposed to
detained. That we
live
will
in.
voluntarily help them self-deport if they would like to.
These are American citizens, ma'am. Do I tell my children to carry a U.S. passport?
No, I would not say they would have to.
But
I
they're
would say
stopped,
if
and
they are legal
sometimes
citizens,
they
don't
take
have
those
anything to worry
passports,
about.
your agents throw them out, and they grab them anyway. You're terrorizing American citizens. Let's turn to another one. Okay, databases. One of your ICE officers in Maine recently told an observer that they're creating a database. Are you creating a database, ma'am?
No,
of
we are not
Americans?
creating a database.
Let's watch a video here.
To record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
Tom Homan, who works for you on Fox News, recently said he wanted to create a database of people arrested during protests at ICE operations. What are you going to do with that database?
I don't know why he said that. We're not creating a database.
But he did say it. He works for you. He's
He
not
doesn't
an
work for
agent,
me.
he's an
He works for
employee.
he works for the president. He doesn't work for
He
me.
also works for you, ma'am.
No, he doesn't.
What do you want to do with that database?
We're not
This is
creating
a database of American citizens. Ma'am, I'm out of time, but what I'd like to do is send you a list of these questions that I've asked of you and have the opportunity to answer them.
Absolutely.
To be clear and to be on the record. Thank you.
You bet.
Madam Secretary, thank you for being here today.
Gentleman yields back. I would ask unanimous consent.
Characterize this situation the way they are, and that they are not.
I will unmute. This looks horrible for her because that North Carolina Klansman, no one is standing besides the North Carolina Klansman. Oh my God, it's true. Okay, wait, let me pull up. I have it. I forgot where it was. Whoops. I have the seating. Oh man, do I not have the seating chart? Shit. Where's all my stuff? Hold on. And then I want to read about the betting that's happening, the prediction markets, and because that's going to become a little bit of a conversation too. God damn it, where the fuck is this document? Where in the fuck did I put this document? I absolutely hate this. Okay, wait. Okay, anyway. All right, well, I should probably read to you instead of, like, wasting your time. Chip Dip Roy. Little chippy. Okay, well, let's see. Wait, should I do that? No, I should stick with DHS. Okay, hold on. Here we go. This is the OIG report, which I've linked in the chat if you can see it. If not, I'll pin it to the top because if you came in late, you won't see it. But this is the actual OIG report from January of 2026, done by KPMG Consultants. And it was an audit, an annual audit of the Department of Homeland Security for FY25 consolidated financial statements and internal controls over financial reporting. And here's what they found. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. I don't know if I can. Okay, nope, I can't make it that big. Not that big. Okay. What we found, the independent public accounting firm KPMG, under contract with DHS, Office of Inspector General, issued an unmodified opinion on DHS's fiscal year 2025 consolidated financial statements. KPMG noted that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects DHS's financial position. That's something that normally they say in almost every audit, so I wouldn't worry about it. That doesn't mean anything about the quality of the work of DHS. But KPMG issued an adverse opinion on DHS's internal control over financial reporting as of September 30. The report identifies material weaknesses in an internal control in 5 areas. This is a big what we call this in the business is a management letter, okay? And it goes to the managers, usually in a nonprofit, or I suppose a for-profit. But in a nonprofit, I'm familiar with getting my audit letter every year, and it tells me if I've had a clean audit where I'm following my rules, and I have had material weaknesses, right? So if I passed an audit or didn't pass an audit, they would then outline all of the weaknesses that I have in relation to the internal controls, right? So to have this amount of adverse opinions is actually not great, because I'm going to be honest with you. I ran nonprofits in capacity where I had control over audits, where I was part of, or where I was the leader being audited, I guess, if you will, or the one that was responsible. I had clean audits every year. Every year. Every year. So it's really not hard to have a clean audit, okay? If I can do it, anybody can. So the fact that they have this many adverse opinions in their audit is not good. You would fire the CEO of any nonprofit who ended up having this kind of audit report. Period. I mean, just ask any board chair. So the controls, they identifies material weaknesses in internal controls in 5 areas: information technology controls and information systems. So that means security and data integrity. Financial reporting, which means their reporting was flawed. Taxes receivable net, not sure what that means. Construction in progress, not really sure what that means. And internal control monitoring means they weren't even following their own internal controls to make sure that nobody was cheating. That's pretty big, because that's probably your number one job if you're a manager of a department. KPMG also identified a significant deficiency, and that's even worse, related to grant recipient monitoring as well as non-compliance with the following 2 laws: the Federal Managers Financial Integrity Act of 1982 and the Federal Financial Management Improvement Act of 1996. Well, those should be real interesting. DHS concurred. They didn't disagree with the recommendations, noting that it continues to prioritize maturing its information technology controls and implement aggressive plan to modernize financial systems. I thought Doggy did all of that. I'm so confused. Let's see if we can pick up anything. She's still talking to the Republican. Let's see. Okay, this is that. Conducted. This is all their, straightforward. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Oops. Oh.
Us and fear in our American lives and endangered our constitutional liberties. I want to focus on a particular aspect of DHS's misconduct, which should concern every American, and that has to do with DHS's ever-expanding practice of labeling anyone who criticizes this administration or DHS actions as a criminal or a domestic terrorist. Time and again, we've seen this administration use the full power of the government to silence or intimidate people who disagree with it. And nowhere is that more true than with the Department of Homeland Security. When people have dared to speak out or push back, they've been assaulted, arrested, and now even killed. But what may have flown under the radar is that over the past year, DHS has been ramping up its use of a lesser-known tool known as administrative subpoenas or summons. Under your leadership, DHS has sent record numbers of these summons to tech companies like Google and Meta, Reddit, Apple, Microsoft, and Discord, demanding, without legal authority or probable cause, that these internet companies unmask social media accounts and hand over the identity of the account users so that DHS can spy on them. Many of these requests have targeted accounts speaking out against brutal immigration enforcement tactics and speaking up to help people understand their rights or support their neighbors. This is core, protected First Amendment speech. So I want to look at two recent examples of these DHS summons involving Americans in the Philadelphia suburbs, which I represent. In September, DHS targeted Facebook and Instagram accounts run by Montco Community Watch, a grassroots group that provides information about public ICE activities in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, and shares civil rights and other resources to support its diverse community. DHS demanded that Meta turn over the identity of the administrator. In November, DHS demanded that Google share the address and other private information of a retired gentleman who hosts gatherings of friends to write postcards to elected officials after he sent an email to a DHS official identified in a Washington Post article asking that the agency consider decency in its efforts to deport an Afghan refugee who'd been an ally to American troops. Your agency asked Google to conceal its request to unmask him, and then Homeland Security agents showed up at this gentleman's home to interrogate him. These are just two examples, and in neither case was there any evidence of threats or criminal activity. Now, these two American citizens were able to secure lawyers and challenge these illegal demands in court. We've seen that DHS's bad faith requests don't hold up and have been forced to withdraw these demands because they don't withstand legal scrutiny. But not every American who's targeted has the time or the wherewithal to challenge the federal government, and that is the point. These efforts to unmask the administration's opponents are clearly designed to intimidate and silence those who oppose the administration's and particularly DHS's lawless policies. So, Secretary Noem, can you tell us how many of these administrative summons DHS has issued in the past year to technology platforms seeking the...
Mike Flynn got in trouble for lying to Congress. That was part of his, right? Wasn't that part of the reason he lied to Congress? I could be wrong.
Identity or personal data of users who've criticized this administration and its actions.
The individuals that work at the Department of Homeland Security and specifically in investigations follow all federal laws and constitutional laws. And
I understand that you may not agree with
process.
this.
Well,
can you tell us how many subpoenas or administrative requests?
How many of those have been filed, and I will get that back to you. I do not know that off the top of my head. What I would say
Can you
is
tell
we
me
do
who it is
appreciate-
that administers that program? Is there anyone who's
I don't know which
of
department.
Sorry. Nope, it wasn't Congress. He lied to the FBI. That's what it was. Sorry, everybody.
Agency you're talking about, because USCIS would do some of this. Homeland Security Investigations does the vast majority of our investigations into financial fraud, into immigration fraud, into fraud when it regards to what is going on in Minneapolis.
Okay, so it could be a number of different agencies
But beyond that,
within
we also have
DHS.
CISA, which is our cybersecurity agency.
You have defended DHS's actions repeatedly as using legal tools, but both the courts and DHS's own Inspector General have advised that DHS is misusing these tools in violation of the law and the Constitution. And that's exactly why no government agency is allowed to spy on Americans simply because they're sharing their opinions online. So I would request that you do provide that information to the committee.
We're not spying on individuals. If any
It's spying on
administration
people
was
when
spying
they're
on people,
exercising
it was
their
the Biden
First
administration.
Amendment rights. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Secretary, by your department, and see if we might be able to find a way forward. So there's a grant from one of the counties that I represent in Plumas County. It's a hazard mitigation grant worth $2.5 million called the Plumas County Ignition Resistant Construction and Dispensable Space Project. It includes home hardening and defensible space in a partnership between Plumas County and the Plumas County Fire Safe Council to mitigate no less than 64 homes in this rural fire-prone region to reduce and/or prevent physical damages to residential properties resulting from wildfires by conducting defensible space measures and residential retrofitting to be more fire resistant. I should note this is a county that has already been struck by one of the worst wildfires in state history. So this has been through all of the approvals, through Cal OES, through FEMA, and since June of last year, it's just been waiting for your signature, which I understand is a new requirement that anything over $100,000 needs the Secretary's approval. So our office reached out in December of last year because there was a time issue with December 31st being the date that matching state funds were going to expire. We didn't hear back, and that deadline passed. Luckily, we got an extension from the state. So then in January, after the extension was given until February 1st, our office requested a meeting between me and you. There was not a meeting granted. Luckily, the extension of the state funds was extended until March. So in February, the grant remained unsigned. Our office has heard nothing. We've gotten no updates from the Department of Homeland Security. We've been in constant contact every week. So do you have any idea why it is we can't get movement on this?
I don't, sir, and I'll find out for you, but I will tell you that it is not with my office. If this is a grant that has been held up, it's been held up at FEMA, and I will get to the bottom of it. What I also would say is that I do not have a requirement that I sign off on grants of $100,000. I do have a requirement on reviewing contracts because I found incredible fraud and inefficiencies and theft from American taxpayers in government contracting. But grants, I do not.
I would like to see the specifics of the fraud that she found in the contracts that she reviewed. I would like to see data around that. That is something that we should be able to see. That if she determined a contract to be fraud, that's the kind of information we want. You know, we never got an accounting of what Doggy did. We never did. And it is unbelievable to me that this country has sat by silently while Doggy has run across and killed people and continues to kill people across the globe. And not one person has insisted that we get an audit of the Doggy work and how much fraud was actually found. This country is lost. This isn't, we're not going to, if we get it back, it'll be a fucking miracle. But it's not going to come back like it was. It shouldn't. It shouldn't come back like it was because that's why we're here. But they won. Yeah. Where's all the arrests for all the fraud? But no, we just kind of go on as if it's like the movie of the week. And it's like, well, we watched that movie. I guess it's on to the next movie. I really hope people are focused on what they're going to do during the midterms. I really hope they think hard about what their vote means. I hope there's not protest votes. I really do. I'm sorry. I just don't think protest votes work, but that's me. I've just lived 62 years watching this happen. So I really hope people think real long and fucking hard about what this midterm means. Because, I don't know, as somebody how I get to fucking like watch so closely, like we're just letting go of everything, and we're more worried about drama and bullshit than we are like human lives, which, I mean, I don't know if people understand the gravity of having NATO shoot down a missile and what that could mean for the larger world. I don't know. This isn't a meme. Like, it is not a meme. It's not creepypasta or whatever, like it's not any of that. It's like really people's lives. And I just don't fit. I don't fit in this world. I just don't fit. I can't make it. I don't even understand. I don't know how the Ukrainians are. And what about Gaza? We haven't heard anything. We haven't heard anything of significance about Gaza.
And that fund specifically would have came out of FEMA, and I will find out and get that answer for you.
I appreciate that. Would it be possible to set up a call within the next couple weeks
I
if we
think
haven't
we
had any
can
movement?
figure it out here within a half hour of this committee being over.
Perfect. Because this is, I agree with you. It's very important to be vigilant with these funds, but wildfires cost a lot of money. When
I
they
understand.
Happen,
and we've had 60 disaster declarations.
It's called Safe America Media, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert the record an article from the Hill Country Community Journal, Kerrville's hometown paper, outlining, and it's titled, Kristi Noem Joins Governor in Support of Kerr Community, Tours Areas of Destruction, from last summer. I was personally there.
Without objection.
Secondly, I'd like to insert into the record an article titled, Trump Recounts Daring Texas Flood Rescue Reunites Camper with Coast Guard Swimmer at State of the Union, for the record. And I thank the Secretary.
Without objection. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here. I want to discuss in greater detail the expansion of advertising in your department under your tenure. And I believe you testified regarding some of these matters yesterday in front of the United States Senate. In particular, I want to discuss the department's $220 million ad campaign. This is the ad campaign that featured you at Mount Rushmore. You're familiar with this ad campaign, correct?
I am familiar with it. It was an ad
So
campaign that was
I'm going to ask you some questions about it,
to-
Madam Secretary. So, as I understand it, this is a $220 million ad campaign. It's split between two contractors. One of those contractors got $143 million. That contractor is called Safe America Media, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That company is affiliated with a former political director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Now, yesterday you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no-bid contract where two vendors were
It was a no-bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a no-bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct. So it was
There
not a
many
competitive.
media-
Let me try to explain
agency.
what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding, and one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received $143 million.
Many
right?
vendors got the chance to look at that contract and to participate in it.
Well,
so that is why the two of them were
that's
chosen.
inaccurate, Madam
Wait,
Secretary.
what? That doesn't
I'll
make
read
any
from the
sense.
notice from your agency.
That's
Given
not
the
real.
immediate
That
action to
doesn't
significantly
happen.
reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States. You identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media Company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll
Because
tell you
was
about
done
it.
according to
Madam
law.
Secretary,
It
the
was done by career
address is
officials.
registered to a political
It was
operative.
dollars that were spent
Madam Secretary, the
to
company,
inform
and then I'll
people
give you an
that the
opportunity to
laws-
respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars Has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
Yes,
that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered, apparently, or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And there are serious laws implicated, conflict of interest laws, federal procurement laws, that I believe
all
merit...
followed. All done correctly,
What was
all
it?
done
All
legally.
done correctly.
14 billion impressions from that
the-
marketing campaign.
sure.
It was money spent in this country and in 8 different countries that
your
illegal
results
migration was
don't-
coming
the
from.
ends
Madam
don't
Secretary,
justify the
Overwhelmingly
means.
effective.
We all
$49
understand the
billion.
argument that you've made.
Yeah,
the argument that
fuck
you've made
you,
that
you're
somehow
wrong.
this ad
You
campaign
have a
on
conflict
Fox
of
News
interest.
of
You
you at
paid
Mount
yourself.
Rushmore has led to millions of people self-deporting. You're
Why do you-
using
why do you think
millions
that
of
they
dollars of
self-corruption?
Had they
taxpayer
not known?
money
It's
in this way.
corruption.
It is fraud, and ultimately, I think there's going to be accountability. And I yield back, Bill.
Can I speak to the IG?
Yes, you can. Quick.
The IG has been told repeatedly,
Oh,
in
dear.
writing, verbally, on the phone, that he can have access to anything at the Department of Homeland Security. He can. He doesn't need my permission to come and brief members of Congress on the Hill. He just needs to provide a scoping memo, which is what every single IG gets from every single department.
My God. Are you telling me that she obstructed the fucking Office of Inspector General? Who, by the way, is not the one who does the looking, okay? They don't actually, they aren't the ones doing the actual forensics. That's KPMG, who is a professional big fucking audit firm who does these audits. This cunt is trying to hide something. Oh my God.
Department and agency,
God
all
damn it.
intelligence agencies require a scoping memo. He just hasn't done that. He wants unfettered access to every single thing in the department, and that's not the process, and that's not any other IG has demanded
already.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Secretary Noem. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to take just a moment to talk about the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency at DHS. As I understand it, the mission of CISA is to lead the national effort to understand, manage, and reduce risk to our cyber and physical infrastructure. And CISA works to protect energy grids, pipelines, hospitals, financial networks, water systems, and all of the other sectors of critical infrastructure in the U.S. Is it a correct characterization that CISA itself plays a critical role in monitoring threats against the cyber and physical infrastructure of our country and working to prevent such attacks against our homeland?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, CISA has had billions of interactions stopping threats online from attacking not just our country for a national security reason, but also our critical infrastructure, our electrical grids, our telecoms, our water systems. We work with state and local offices and agents and governments every single day to help them secure their systems as well, recognizing they feed into the protection of the federal government as well.
Isn't it also true that if a hostile nation or proxy launched a coordinated cyber attack against our domestic critical infrastructure systems, that CISA would play a lead role in coordinating the federal response to that attack?
That is correct. CISA is charged with identifying vulnerabilities that we have in our systems, and then also recommending mitigation measures that people can take to harden their systems. So we hunt down the bad actors and then harden systems to prevent those cyber attacks.
And particularly right now, given the ongoing tensions in the middle.
Do as far as recommendations on after elections doing auditing as well, to ensure that if machines are used or if they are hooked online or had access to individuals who could be involved in hacking or corruption, that they have the ability to audit their election afterwards to ensure that it was accurate and that American citizens had their ballots counted.
Are these efforts by CISA also being negatively affected due to the shutdown of funding to your department at this time?
Yes, everything at the department's being affected right now. We have over 100,000 employees who are furloughed. We've got even law enforcement officers, security officers. TSA is not funded. Those individuals are showing up every day and working without any pay to keep our national security at the front and center for people that are traveling by planes across this country, and they continue to do that. And it is incredibly impactful on our administrative processes, on our contracting offices, on our ability to work across departments to share information. My hope is that today you are all successful in passing a funding bill for this department so that we have all of our players on the field to defend the country.
And in your opinion, Secretary Noem, does the Democrats' failure thus far to agree to fund the Department of Homeland Security result in a risk to our national security?
Well, we are doing everything that we can to defend the country and to protect the country. We'll continue to do that. They to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady
Not
yields
according
back
to your
the
auditors.
unanimous consent.
Sorry.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I'd seek unanimous consent to introduce an article from the Washington Post dated February 3rd, 2026. Homeland Security is targeting Americans with this secretive legal weapon.
Without objection.
Also, an article from the New York Times, February 13th, 2026. Homeland Security wants social media sites to expose anti-ICE accounts.
Without objection.
And finally, a report from November 16, 2017, the Inspector General of Department of Homeland Security. Management alerts CBP's use of examination and summons authority under 19 U.S.C. Section 1509.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Ranking members recognized for
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I seek unanimous consent to enter the record a ProPublica article, November 14, 2025, titled "Firm Tied to Kristi Noem Secretly Got Money from $220 million DHS Ad Contracts."
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Noem, you claim that you are going after the worst of the worst. If you were doing that, I would really be cheering you on, but this simply isn't the case. That's false. Rodney Taylor, who is incarcerated at Stewart Detention Center in Georgia, he's a prime example. He's 47 years old and works as a barber. When he was 2, he was brought to this country legally on a medical visa to address his extensive disabilities. He needed a medical care for a deformed left foot, a missing right foot, and 3 fingers missing on his right hand. Rodney has had 16 different operations and has been a double amputee since the age of 10 years old. Rodney received a criminal conviction when he was 17, nearly 30 years ago. However, Rodney was pardoned by the state of Georgia by Republican Governor Sonny Perdue. And since then, Rodney has lived a law-abiding life and has a green card application that's now pending. And no administration, including the first Trump administration, has sought to remove Rodney from this country. In January 2025, he entered ICE detention, and his health has deteriorated quickly since then. Rodney has experienced several health challenges, including bone spurs in his back causing severe pain. Rodney sought medical care multiple times while detained, but was rejected. He is unable to use a wheelchair because his right hand only has 1 full finger, making it impossible for him to push it. He's unable to walk on his prosthetic legs because he's lost 20 pounds and they simply don't fit him anymore. On top of this, he's at the mercy of other detainees just to get food, since he can't get himself to and from the cafeteria. Rodney's disabilities make it nearly impossible for him to shower. He went 6 days without showering because the detention center lacked the appropriate medical equipment. When he finally got a shower stool, he found moldy showers covered in feces and bodily fluids just yesterday. He was threatened with disciplinary action if he tries to use that shower stool. Rodney must crawl through that muck and squalor of feces and bodily fluids to enter and exit the shower. This is despicable. It's inhumane torture that no person should have to endure. And today, we have Rodney's wife, Mildred Donis Taylor, and her daughters, please stand, who are United States citizens. Secretary Noem, can you honestly tell Rodney's wife and family and the American people that are watching that these cruel and unusual conditions are acceptable under your watch?
I'm not familiar with this case, and I will certainly look into it and ensure that this center where Rodney is at is held to the same standards as all of our federal detention standards, which are the highest in the nation, overwhelmingly in comparison to other detaining facilities at the local or state level. The other thing that I would say,
I'm reclaiming my time.
Is that at any point, Rodney
did you just hear me what I
has an
described?
opportunity
Did
to leave
you
that
just hear what I
detention center?
described? He has to crawl through mold.
He
and
shouldn't
feces
be there.
and
He
bodily
shouldn't even
fluids
be in
just
detention.
to take a shower.
There's no reason for him
He
to
can't
be
even
there.
get medical care.
Every
This
one
is
of our
absolute
detainees,
lunacy, and you know it. Ranking
every one of
Member
our detainees
Jayapal,
gets medical care
reclaiming
within
my
12
time,
hours of being
reclaiming
there.
my time. Ranking Member Jayapal, myself, and 20 of my colleagues, we wrote to you about Rodney's treatment more than 2 weeks ago. Yes or no? Have you actually read the letter?
No, I have not heard of this case, so I will see
tell
what
you,
that
I
letter
have the
is
letter
at.
right here. And would you like to read it? Because I'm more than happy to bring a staff
That'd be
member
great.
down to
That'd
it.
be fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I will look into the
So
case.
then, if you're going to look into the case, can you tell us how long it'll be before we actually get a response from you? Maybe 2 weeks?
No, I'll get you a response.
Because
get the information.
we deserve an answer, and Rodney's family definitely deserves an answer, because this
They
is
need to bring him
inhumane
home.
treatment.
Like, what is going on
And this
here?
leads me to believe that there are
Why are
so
we
many
doing
other
this?
detainees that
Why-
are being
why is
treated
this even
exactly
normal?
the same way, and this is
isn't normal.
despicable. Secretary, will you promise his wife and this committee
Yeah, that's the standard.
and the
in their
American people that
facilities. She's
you
lying.
will
She just
review, you've
lied.
said that, but I want you to make a formal promise that you will review Rodney's case and provide a thorough response on whether it's in the public interest to keep him in these conditions, and we'd like to know within the next 2 weeks. Are you telling me within the next 2 weeks?
I will review this
him.
case and
Good.
get a response back.
Good. I will be
him.
following up
Rodney's
with
family.
you as much as
Release
it
him.
possibly takes.
I do want you to know,
Rodney
Mr.
is
Chairman,
not the
if I may
worst
say,
of the worst. I reclaim my time. Rodney's not the worst of the worst. This is truly a miscarriage of justice, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Secretary Noem, I want to go a little bit different route here on some issues that are very
Harriet.
important to Wyoming.
Okay, let's see if she
There's
says
a
anything.
very important enforcement issue related to my constituents in Wyoming. Sugar beet farmers are important for Wyoming's economy and the economies of so many other states. Unfortunately, foreign entities are circumventing our
wants a
laws to bring in
favor.
sugar and displace these hardworking farmers.
She wants
I
a
know that there is a
favor.
Section 1516 petition in front of the CBP right now challenging these imports. And would you please commit to us today to quickly addressing this petition to ensure that our laws and trade agreements are being enforced?
I will look at that.
Is she the
Thank
trade
you.
agreement person?
Under the leadership of the House Judiciary Committee, this Congress is proposing decisive action to punish sanctuary cities and states for their illegal actions. Because the reality is that these so-called sanctuary jurisdictions should not be receiving the benefits of federal
sanctuary
policies and
doesn't mean
programs while they
anything,
are
okay? The
actively,
LAPD will do
intentionally, and
whatever
publicly
ICE wants.
violating federal law. The Department of
it's just all a
Commerce
bunch of
estimates that over 1.1 million foreign college students contribute over $50 billion annually to the communities where they attend school. The states receiving the majority of this benefit from the federal student visa program are sanctuary states such as California, New York, Massachusetts, and Illinois.
Yeah,
It is ridiculous
we
for
have the best universities. Yeah, let's hear it. Go Cali. Wow, God, why are the blue states so smart? Why?
These sanctuary jurisdictions to profit from
wish I
the
was
legal
California,
immigration
but I'm
system while
Colorado
aiding
or
illegal
something, Wyoming.
immigration. Secretary Noem, understanding
even
that the student
Colorado,
visa
I'm
program is
Wyoming.
jointly run by DHS along with the State Department, have you considered applying scrutiny over student visas for students seeking to attend schools located within sanctuary jurisdictions?
Yes, we are, and we're using the CVIS program to do a lot of that work and partnership with the Department of State. I would say that the Department of Education has been very helpful as well in working with these universities and colleges to ensure that they recognize the benefits of being a student here in this country, being here on a visa, that it is a privilege that is afforded to those individuals, and that the cities in which they're located in should be working with federal law enforcement officers and public safety officials to ensure a safe environment for everyone.
What do they have to do with that? What do the students have to do with the politics of the fucking city? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck does the sanctuary status of a city have to do with their foreign students? I know, collective punishment is all they know. You're right.
I have introduced legislation. It's called the No Student Visas for Sanctuary Cities Act that would cut off student visas for schools located within sanctuary jurisdictions until they comply with federal immigration law and they certify that compliance. I would appreciate the opportunity to work with you to implement this much-needed check on these rogue cities and states. Would you commit to working with me on that?
I'll work with you on that.
I would
Wonderful.
prefer that you shut the fuck up.
One of the most DLs. Unfortunately, these actions have tragically cost countless American lives, with many others being critically injured, including that beautiful young woman who just left the room. Secretary Noem, can you speak to how your department has partnered with the Department of Transportation and state and local law enforcement to help catch illegal alien truck drivers?
Yeah, it's been a great partnership to help get this public safety threat off the roads. The Department of Transportation has jurisdiction over the actual CDLs and those driving schools, which some of them they've found and uncovered are fraudulent. They don't train anybody. They just hand out for a fee a driver's license to someone that they go and get on the road. And not only are they putting people in danger, but they're also undercutting our American workers. And truck drivers have lost their jobs because they can't work for as cheap as these illegal aliens do.
Oh my God.
And I would say, and
if you want to
Delilah's
go pick
father's one of them.
strawberries,
He
I
said
can
he can't pay his
hook you
bills at
up.
40 cents a mile, but these illegals can because they're on public assistance when they come, because they've been facilitated in. They don't pay.
These are also all donor states, meaning a U.S. state whose residents and businesses pay more in federal taxes than the state receives back in federal spending. That's right. All those states are donor states. So I'm sorry. It doesn't have, yeah, cite examples. I need data. This administration does not love data. They have done a lot to stop data.
This year, the Laramie County Sheriff's Office led a 3-day operation with support from ICE that resulted in 82 commercial trucks being stopped, 32 illegal.
I think California should withhold its federal payments. Why not? What do we have to lose? At the same, I mean, the thing is, we have a lot to lose because I don't want people to be hurt. But at the same time, people are being hurt. People are being hurt. So maybe it's time for California to take a step in that direction to say, no more hurt. Maybe that's what it's time to do. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Like, get your Gestapo out of my state. I'm not giving you your money. Go fuck yourselves.
Immigrants arrested.
Bring Rodney's story from June 2025, a Fox article titled Protests as ICE Detains Disabled Atlanta Barber Despite State Pardon, covering Rodney's story. An article from September 2025 titled Detained by ICE, Gwinnett Barber with Amputated Legs Petitions for Release. And lastly, I'd like to also
I'm
submit
not saying it's not
a letter
messy.
that Ranking Member Dodd,
it's
Paul, myself,
messy. I
and
get
all of our
it.
colleagues sent to Secretary Noem in February.
Without objection, the gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, Hurricane Helene tore through western North Carolina almost a year and a half ago, killing more than 100 people and causing more than $60 billion of damage. 2 months later, Congress passed a bipartisan disaster package, which includes several states. And yet, despite this, countless North Carolinians have spent 2 winters paying mortgages and taxes on homes that are unlivable and may not even exist anymore. They have been waiting in limbo for your department to sign off on recovery funding.
She runs FEMA too, Badger. She runs FEMA. That's why she gets questions about disasters, is because FEMA reports to her.
Representative Kiley raised similar issues in his state. North Carolina's counties have had to step up to fill in the gap, spending their limited taxpayer funds on recovery and repair, with the expectation that they would swiftly be reimbursed by the federal government. And yet, many of these counties have not been reimbursed until this week, but we'll get to that. Meaning that they have had to use all their money and not have money for their essential services, public schools, EMS, other public services, health care, and everything else. And I have met with some of the county executives who have struggled with their budgets while recovering from Helene.
Oh, it's totally frightening.
These delays in paying out this desperately needed recovery funds are simply unacceptable. And you heard that from my Republican senator, Senator Tillis, yesterday. Your new policy, and it is a new policy, requiring your personal sign-off on expenditures over $100,000 has contributed to many of these delays, creating a bottleneck, blocking reimbursement for hundreds of millions of dollars of disaster funding that stand directly between North Carolinians and that relief. In fact, Senator Tillis, as I'm sure you remember, lambasted you and the failure of your department in dispersing these funds. And then magically, about $80 million got released today, for which we're thankful. But we shouldn't have to have a U.S. senator or a representative or another representative come to you directly to get you to do your job. But we also know that you had time to sign off on the purchase of 2 luxury private Gulfstream jets for your personal travel, $170 million. And we've heard about the new Boeing 737 that you're in the process of outfitting. Evidently, you were satisfied that there was no fraud, waste, and abuse involved in the jets. But meanwhile, could you tell me whether you found any fraud, waste, or abuse in these North Carolina expenditures?
You know, Congresswoman, what I would tell you is that Joe Biden failed North Carolina.
Listen to me. I asked you a direct question. Joe Biden provided greater relief. Joe Biden showed up.
No, he
Joe
didn't.
Biden didn't lie about what was going on the ground. I don't even want to get into what Donald Trump did during the campaign,
President
the
Trump
misinformation that was put out there. And you cannot find the time until my senator berates you in public to approve this money. Individual members of Congress should not have to come to you. Our counties, our struggling counties in the western part of the state, are some of the most rural counties. They are poor counties. They do not have the money to front for you.
In the months that we have been here, we have deployed billions of dollars, billions more than what the Biden
I am reclaiming my time. You have been too slow. I have heard this from Republican county commissioners. I have heard this from administrators. I have been in the western part of the state. I know exactly what's going on, and you have turned a blind eye while you're busy trying to deport American citizens. And now I want to get back reclaiming my time to the second point that Senator Tillis made. You have not responded to him and the people of North Carolina about why you have picked up U.S. citizens. You've heard that from Representative Correa. Why you have intimidated people who are here lawfully, and why you are threatening the economy of one of the most prosperous states in this country by practicing malpractice. You should resign or be impeached. I yield back.
Chairman, may I answer that question? The state of North Carolina has received billions more in Helene relief disaster assistance than President Biden did. In fact, every single
because we appropriated the money.
Every project has been
yielded back.
Obligated. It's been paid out. The state manages the response, and those counties get their funding.
Jordan is pussy whipped. Oh God. Caroline.
Good afternoon, everyone. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, the rogue Iranian terrorist regime is being absolutely crushed. 47 years of tolerating and enabling the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism are over. Iran's murderous terrorist leaders are paying for their crimes against America, and they are paying in blood. Since 1979, the terrorist Iranian regime has actively and intentionally facilitated the killings of Americans. They chant death to America.
Oh, you mean the one
and
we
fund
installed?
Other radical terrorists
Is that which
who attack
regime
our
you mean?
country and are seeking to destroy Western civilization itself. These terrorists seized our embassy and
Well,
took 66
we're doing a better
Americans
job of
hostage
that,
in
cunt.
Tehran. They slaughtered 241 U.S. service members with a truck bombing in Beirut. They killed and maimed
Wow,
hundreds
wait till
of
you
American
hear what
service
happened to all the
members
people in
Iraq.
Beirut
And this is
yesterday
just a
when
small
Israel
fraction
bombed the fuck
of their
out of it.
blood-soaked record. Prior leaders have been too weak and ineffective to address this threat. Some, like Barack Hussein Obama, even sent pallets of cash.
Why are you calling him
that
with his middle
ultimately
name, you
financed
cunt?
This terrorist
You
crusade
fucking Nazi
against
cunt.
the United States and our people, while signing stupid and naive deals that put Iran on the path of developing nuclear bombs. After years of endless appeasement and empty statements from politicians on both sides of the political aisle in this town, President Trump is finally the man of action. President Trump is holding these monsters accountable and permanently extinguishing their nuclear ambitions. Future generations of Americans will look to this moment as the moment.
Did he do
where
it this time? Did he do it this time, Caroline? Because he said he did it last summer. So what is it? Is it this time or last summer?
Specter of a nuclear
Is it done yet, or are we
Iran-
still doing it?
Armed Iran ended. At the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, launched last weekend, President Trump laid out clear
No,
objectives.
it's Epic Furry. I mean, they forgot the other R. Yeah, I know. It's embarrassing. Yeah, her cross isn't visible because it burned off, Max, because it actually melted from the hypocrisy
To the American
of
people
this cunt.
on what the U.S. military seeks to accomplish through these major combat operations. Number one, destroy the regime's deadly ballistic missiles and completely raze their missile industry to the ground. Number two,
when was that
annihilate the
mission?
Iranian regime's navy. And so far, we have destroyed more than 20 Iranian ships, including their
20
top
whole
submarine last
20 whole ships? After almost a week of bombing, we got a whole whopping 20? Really? You're flexing on that? You think that's fucking decimating? Are you kidding me, you stupid cunt? No, it's Epic Furry. We're not calling it Fury. There's no fury here except for the temper tantrum that Pig's Breath is throwing and acting like he's fucking, Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now. Okay, that's who it is. And so I was watching it this morning. I'm like, oh my God, this is the scene from Apocalypse Now where Robert Duvall just spews the crazy. I think that's where we are now. Yikes.
using a torpedo for the first time since World War II. There is not a single Iranian
God.
ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman. Number three.
The Strait of Hormuz
Operation
is
Epic Fury
closed,
will
by the way,
ensure the
cunt.
regime's
What's
terrorist
about it?
proxies in the region can no longer
So
destabilize
we
the
can't,
region or the
we can't even reopen the Strait of Hormuz, y'all. Okay, as of March 1st, the Strait of Hormuz was essentially closed because there was no traffic. I've been watching it since Saturday. Okay, so you're not protecting the Strait of Hormuz, you stupid cunt, because it's been closed and it's plans to be closed because the fucking Iranians will blow the shit out of anything that tries to go through it. So the big bad United States can't even keep a fucking body of water open. You stupid cunt. If we had such power over Iran at this point, the fucking Strait of Hormuz would be open. God damn it.
the free world and attack our armed forces. And thus far, Iran's proxies are hardly putting up a fight. Number four, This mission will
Iran
guarantee
proxies
that
are
Iran
hardly
can
putting up a
never
fight.
obtain
The Houthis just said they're going to bomb the shit out of anything that goes through the Suez. Yeah, she doesn't understand. She wasn't even born when this shit happened. I have underwear that's older than this cunt.
a
Well, not
nuclear
really, but,
weapon.
you know.
It's safe to say that thus far, Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding success. American forces have struck more than 2,000 targets, destroying hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. As the Department of War said this morning, we expect to have complete and total dominance over Iranian airspace in the coming hours, clearing the skies for our brave warriors to continue achieving these noble and long sought-after objectives. There's been a lot of misreporting and intellectual dishonesty from the American media on why President Trump decided to launch this operation. So let me remind you, Operation Midnight Hammer, which
You know what? Why don't you tell us why? Because there's a lot of different reasons going around, Caroline. There's a lot of different reasons going around. Why don't you share with us what you think the reasons are? This should be yet another fourth version of the reasons why we're putting our sons and daughters in the way of missiles and drones.
Placed last June.
And I thought
obliterated-
Anthropic was kicked to the curb. It apparently, yeah, exactly. Lolo wears underwear. That's actually the headline. Yeah, thank you. It's so true. It's so true. But this is the big. I can't even think now. You got me with the Iran thing, or the underwear thing. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Iran's 3 major nuclear sites. Yet the terrorist Iranian regime has remained fully committed to rebuilding its nuclear program. How do we know this? Because Iran has pursued this path of war and violence despite President Trump dispatching 2 of his top and most trusted negotiators.
Oh my God, Neil, yes, that's exactly who she reminds me of. Yes, who kept speaking for Saddam Hussein and was just like, me. Oh my God, it is him.
To engage in exhaustive
What do we call her?
and good faith
What do we call her?
negotiations to try and reach a deal. And the world knows this president's preference is always peace and diplomacy first. Look no further than the 8 additional global conflicts he has ended in the past year as proof. Unfortunately, the terrorist Iranian regime refused to negotiate in good faith. They chose this path of violence and destruction, and they are reaping the consequences of their horrible decision. The regime did what they always have done. They lied. They delayed. They tried to string the United States of America
really trying to
along.
act tough.
They wanted to buy themselves time to continue building ballistic missiles and other deadly weaponry that ensure the security of the United States, and our words are backed up by the mightiest warrior race. I want to also extend our prayers and condolences to the families of the 6 U.S. military service members
Really?
who
'Cause
have
you
been
killed
lost
them.
in
The
Operation
blood-
Epic
their
Fury.
blood is on your
These
hands.
heroes represent the very best among us. They laid down their lives in defense of our country, and we will never forget their legacy or their sacrifice. As the president said, we grieve for these American patriots and their families as we continue
didn't
the
have to
righteous
die.
mission.
You
for
know
which
what's
they
really
gave their
sad? They
lives.
didn't have to die.
President
Hi,
Trump
Oren.
intends to attend the dignified
They didn't
transfer
have
of these
to.
American heroes to stand in grief alongside their families.
Will he
I
actually
understand
show
the
up?
Department
'Cause
of
he
War is
didn't during
working
his
on
first
scheduling
term.
this transfer, and we will provide updates at the appropriate time. Finally, the Trump administration is also doing everything within our power to protect Americans in harm's way. Since the launch of Operation
Because there's a bunch of people that are stranded in the Middle East because we didn't think this through. There was no plan. So there's a bunch of people stranded in the Middle East who are in danger. And if you tell me that it's because we didn't know that the Iranians were going to bomb different ally countries in the region that have our bases, if you're telling me that this government didn't do that calculus when they took on this Fakakta mission, then that is that entire fucking regime should be impeached, because to not anticipate that your folks are going to be bombed and your partners where your bases are going to be bombed. If you didn't know that, then you're really, really bad at your job. And people should be asking that question.
Epic Fury, more than 17,500 Americans have safely returned home from the Middle East, with over 8,500 American citizens returning home to the United States just yesterday alone. If you are a U.S. citizen in the Middle East looking to return to the United States, the Secretary of State asks that you please register with the State Department at step.state.gov. The State Department will identify where you are and provide travel options directly to you. The administration is already rapidly chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect to become increasingly available as time goes on and the success of this mission further comes to fruition. I know the President and Secretary of State Rubio have been in touch as well with our allies in the region directly about this problem, making it clear that it is a priority of the United States of America to bring every American home. The Trump administration will not rest until every American is home safely and until the terrorist threat from Iran has been completely destroyed. With that, I'll take your questions. Eric, why don't you kick us off today? Thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here. As you mentioned, Iran's regime, its leadership has largely been decimated. Do we have a sense right now of who is actually calling the shots in Iran? And we're also hearing reports that the Supreme Leader's son may be named his successor. Do you have any more information about that? I just had a quick follow-up as well.
Sure. We've seen those reports as well, of course, and this is something that our intelligence agencies are closely monitoring and looking at. The truth is, we'll have to wait and see. The president has said repeatedly that the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are the 4 military objectives that I laid out for you previously: to destroy Iran's navy, to destroy their ballistic missile capacity, to ensure their proxies in the region can no longer harm Americans, and to also ensure that they can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
So now it's 3 more things in addition. We kind of sped through when she gave us the reasons for this war, but now there's 3 more reasons, and it just happens to coincide with things that Hegseth was bragging about this morning, like sinking naval ships. This is stupid. You're being lied to. We're being lied to. They don't have a plan. They don't know what they're doing.
Comes next for Iran.
More people are going to die. People we love.
States to want freedom for the Iranian people, and ultimately we hope that freedom rests in their hands.
Caroline, we see the Arab and Muslim nations coming under fire as well. President Trump's vision for the region has been to bring the Arab and Muslim nations to the table together. Abraham Accords, obviously, with Israel. If this regime topples, could we see a new day in the region and really a new Middle East come out of this when the dust settles?
Well, the greatest deterrent to true and long-lasting peace in the Middle East has always been the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. And our Arab and Gulf partners in the nation admit that, as well as, of course, our close friend and ally Israel. We have seen all of the Arab partners in the region come together during this time on the phone with President Trump, many of them commending him for this bold and brave action to protect American troops and our bases in the region that are housed in many of these Arab and Gulf states. And I know that many of these regional partners are contributing their air defense capabilities as well. Jordan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait.
This is a lie. This is a lie. What she's trying to imply is that those countries are assisting us in bombing Iran. What she's trying to paint it is as if they are joining in the fight. These countries are shooting down drones and planes and missiles that are incoming to their countries. That's what they're protecting. They're protecting themselves. They're not engaging in going after Iran. Okay? They're not engaging. So stop lying. Now, Saudi Arabia, I have no idea what's going on there. But I'm going to tell you right now, Qatar is trying to protect themselves. In fact, Bahrain or Qatar, no, it was Kuwait. Kuwait shot down 3 of our F-15s because they didn't deconflict. Okay, can we talk about that? Kuwait shot down 3 American F-15s because the pilots didn't deconflict or whatever that was, which I suppose is just communicate. I'm not sure. Okay, come on. You don't believe your lying eyes. I might just
the president
lose my
continually
shit
continues
altogether
to be engaged with all of them.
and just
Garrett.
go into a fetal position.
Axios, I think, was the first to report this morning this phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and that he'd be with his deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline, but I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike the United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the
Wait a minute. So she just said that it wasn't the phone call from Bibi that made him do it. It was him thinking that he just had a feeling. He had feelers that Iran was going to. So what is it? Because we've had 7 different versions from the actual members of the fucking administration. Okay? We've had 7 different versions of how this thing started. Oh my God. It is this country is simple. This country is so fucking simple that they'll just go, "Oh, okay. Okay, Caroline, what else did you say?" They're just trouts. We're a bunch of trouts. Guess what? I'm going to go out on a limb here. There's not enough. There's not. No, we don't fucking deserve to have this country back. If this is going to be the way that we accept it, that's not my country. This is not a democracy anymore. Oh my God.
president was faced with a choice. Does the United States of America
Yeah,
use
I think it
our
was the death
military-
threat on Trump and the trolling about Epstein video. I agree, but why wouldn't they release it then? If I were the Iranians, if I had that video, I would have fucking released it. Guess what? They haven't. So I don't think they have shit. I think this is all bullshit. I think it's the fucking Saudis and the fucking Israelis, because basically we're the puppets of those governments right now. Because this guy wants to keep his ass out of prison and he wants to keep all the money. That's what I think this is all about. Oh, and people are dying for this. People are dying.
And our capabilities to strike
What?
first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country and our people for 47 years? Or is he going to, as commander-in-chief, sit back and watch as the rogue Iranian regime attacks our people in the region? That's obviously an unacceptable decision. For the second choice there is unacceptable to the president, which is why he made this decision. As for where the Ayatollah was going to be, that obviously had an impact on the timeline of the operation, but not quite the president's decision in its entirety.
And then on the way the public is viewing this, we were sitting here last week. I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if he felt like he had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
I think he does, and I think the president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room that this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. And the American people are smart enough to know that. And they've also been smart enough to listen to the president himself, not just over the past year in this second term, but during his first term as president, and also for the past 40 years of his life. This is a president who has been remarkably consistent on this issue, that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
What the fuck does that even mean? And you know what? I've been alive the last 47 years and mostly sentient during that time. And I have not once been afraid. I remember 1979. I remember all of it. And I have not once been afraid that Iran was going to come over and bomb us. Not once. Not once. I also didn't think that they would drop a nuclear bomb. You want to know why? Because I think everybody who has a nuclear bomb understands what happens if they drop it. Otherwise, it would have been dropped a long fucking time ago. Even crazy Kim Jong-un knows if he drops a nuclear bomb, it's game over. And they don't want to die. They want to get away with it, folks. They don't want to die. They want to get away with it. They know. I mean, even the craziest motherfuckers who have nukes know that if they drop one, it's game over. This guy doesn't because he's an idiot.
And the president
And
tried
she
peace
is
through
just
diplomacy
sucking his dick.
exhaustively.
So
and
that's all that's
extensively.
happening here,
He and his
folks.
team gave it their best go, and the president ultimately came to the determination of that peace was not a pursuable path. The Iranian regime, they want death, they want destruction, they want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Obviously seen the update from the State Department on the 17,500 Americans that have already come back, including some 8,000 just yesterday. There are still 6,000 that are looking to get out, as I understand it. And just in the context of what you just told Garrett about the president's decision on a timeline, if he had decided to do this strike before receiving, the specific intelligence about the meeting on Saturday, should there have been more done in advance of the strikes to try to get those Americans in the region
country, because
resources
that's the rules
and
they made.
information to get home before day 3 of the war?
There was many signs put out by the State Department, and I wish that everyone in this room would report on them. The Secretary of State issued level 4 travel advisories dating back to January for many of these countries in the region. On January 14th, the U.S. mission to Saudi Arabia advised personnel and Americans to exercise increased caution and limit non-essential travel to any military installations. On February 11th, the U.S.
She's basically saying that they asked people to stop their lives because it's dangerous in the region, okay? And here's the thing. If you are then going to start dropping bombs on another country, then specifically in that setting, you should do more to get your people out of harm's way. That's the reality, is that it doesn't matter if you have, it is very dangerous to travel in the Middle East as a warning, right? Everybody is pretty aware of the dangers of traveling in the Middle East. Certainly the people who are over there are probably business people and consular or whatever they are, right? So they're probably fairly familiar with the threat levels in that region. I mean, as someone who traveled to like Africa and Haiti, I made sure I understood the threat levels in those countries before I was there so that I knew what to look out for. That's pretty, and I actually had an escape plan, right? Everybody who goes overseas as part of an NGO has this kind of extraction insurance if you're going to a war-torn country. We used to have it for our staff who would go to the Congo so that if things went pear-shaped, we would be able to evacuate people safely from those countries. It's a big... I'm going to tell you right now, the plan that you put together when you're going out of the country is huge. Huge. And so I understand if you're sitting over in one of those countries, you're not just going to pick up and leave because they say it's a level 4 or whatever. But if they are going to tell you that they're going to start a bombing campaign and that there is imminent danger, that's the message you need in order to make a decision. Otherwise, nobody would go anywhere. Okay? So travel advisories are not a reason to evacuate. Those are two very different things. As someone who has been overseas in those situations, those are two very different things. And if rich people are stuck over there, I don't give a shit. And probably not many middle income or lower income people are over there, except for there's the people who have been trafficked into those countries. But we are not going to talk about that, because we don't want to talk about the trafficking that happens from Nepal and India and other countries into the Middle East to build their buildings and be sex slaves or whatever. No, we're not going to talk about that. Yeah, we have no problem with them doing that. Anyway, yeah, it's just not, that's not real, okay? You would have to tell people very shortly before they need to get the fuck out. And if they didn't, then that's a problem. I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. That is a problem. Because otherwise you would never go there.
Department of
Fuck.
State Consular Affairs shared a list
Use
of
your
countries
brains.
with level 4 do not travel advisories. You can't be much more clear than that. Do not travel to these following countries. On February 23rd, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon ordered non-emergency government personnel and family members to leave Lebanon due to safety risks, and we helped them do that. On March 2nd, the State Department urged U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon immediately. With respect to Iran, on February 27th, the Secretary designated Iran as a state of sponsor of wrongful detention and stated no American should travel to Iran for any reason. And again, on February 27th, the U.S. ambassador to Israel warned Americans to leave Iran, and they provided travel advisory alerts.
We're not
through the US
talking about
Embassy.
people that are in Iran, you stupid cunt. We're talking about people who are all over the Middle East. And apparently you didn't know that Iran would go ahead and bomb our installations across the Middle East. Why? We don't know, because I cannot wait. I cannot wait for these hearings where you try and claim that somehow you were in the right.
In Jerusalem. So the State Department was all hands on deck on advice.
Okay, it wasn't a secret about the amassing of arms, but I'm telling you, just from a logistical understanding, when you are traveling over in those countries, you are not necessarily going to evacuate just because they're building up a military presence. I'm sorry. So go ahead. I mean, I don't give a shit about rich people who just decided to overstay their welcome and knew the risks. I'm talking about the regular people who have done business in that part of the world for years, who understand that military buildups might not actually be the sign to leave. That's usually what you fucking count on the State Department to tell you.
Advising extreme caution and do not travel alerts to Americans in the region. With respect to the Americans who are still in the region now, again, the State Department is asking that they register at the website so they can directly identify you, and we are actively and rapidly working to charter flights. I'm going
to call bullshit on that too. I'm going to call bullshit on that too, because when I went overseas, even to Liberia, which is not a country under threat, right? You still file and you register with the State Department when you're going to go over as part of an NGO. So I would imagine as part of a corporation, if your employees are going to go over there, I would imagine you would register with the State Department. Maybe if you're vacationing, you might not register, although I have a feeling people still think about registering with the State Department when they're vacationing in a very dangerous part of the world. Oh, and by the way, people who went to Dubai probably didn't think it was very dangerous to go to Dubai until the fucking drone hit the fucking hotel.
That are taking off intermittently from these countries, and we plan to get Americans on board as quickly as possible, again, free of charge to them. And we have some additional measures that I think will be announced in the coming days. Again, I can also reiterate from the president's perspective, this is something he's brought up directly with our allies and partners in the region, that we expect their help in getting Americans home, and we will do that.
Well, then you shouldn't have started a fucking war, cunt.
Until every single American is returned home safely.
Thank you. And then one follow-up just on how people might be experiencing this at home. With respect to the economy and the cost of oil spiking, is there a need to start those Navy escorts in the Strait of Hormuz now to sort of blunt the impact to people? And also, because Spain is a member of the EU, is
We're going to
that at all
escort
put a
tankers through
wrinkle
the
in
strait?
President's
Okay.
plan for a trade embargo with
Okay.
them?
With respect to Spain, I think they heard the president's message yesterday loud and clear. And it's my understanding over the past several hours they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military. And so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain. But the president expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy,
Spain didn't say shit. Spain didn't say shit. I have 16 minutes ago. EU scrambles to defend Spain from Trump's embargo menace. I'm sorry. Spain didn't say shit.
me here at home. Of course, this is something that Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, the National Economic Council of Energy, that is led by Governor Secretary
is he gonna figure out how the insurance companies are gonna insure ships going through the Strait of Hormuz? Because that's not gonna happen.
Finance Corporation will provide political risk insurance at a very reasonable price for crude carriers and cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf. And as you pointed out, Jackie, the president said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so necessary, that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the president's actions with respect to Iran, because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20% of the world's global oil supply.
So you're taking it away from the Iranian people? Is that what we're understanding? You're taking it away from the Iranian people? What, are you just taking over the Strait of Hormuz? I understand we're taking over Iran. I get it. I understand. There's a good face, too.
Caroline, the president said yesterday there wasn't time to make evacuation plans because this all happened so quickly. Given how critical the president has been of the chaotic evacuation from Afghanistan by the last administration 5 years ago, why wasn't there more of a focus on evacuation plans from the Middle East that could have been at least put in place, ready to go before the strikes this weekend?
Again, I just laid out for you that there have been plans in place and that the State Department has been very clear to the American people traveling within this region not to travel to these regions. We gave notices to leave immediately the countries where these Americans were within. And unlike the previous administration, we actually have a number. We actually have identified the number of people in the region who have requested help. We are in direct contact and engagement with them. And you have to keep in mind, there's a few thousand people who have requested assistance to come home in comparison to the millions who we understand are in the region. So we will help every single American who wants to come home if they're making that request of the State Department.
Americans who called the State Department hotline,
Wait, I thought there was 8,000. There's millions?
We're being told, we can't help you. You have to make your own plans.
Well, the line was updated, and I expect every single person in this
so
room
it happened.
to report on that accurately, so that information can be relayed appropriately to your audiences and to the American people. I think as journalists, you all have a responsibility to let them know that the line has been updated accordingly with the proper guidance.
I thought
I saw many people in this room very quick to do selfie videos with the line
said
yesterday,
he was dead.
but not so quick to report on the corrected message today. So that is something the administration quickly worked to address, and we have fixed that problem. However, we're also pointing to people to the website, again, to register so that we know exactly where you are. So when there are commercial flights moving into that area, when there are chartered flights moving into that area, we can get Americans on planes as quickly as possible.
Do you have any details on how many charter flights have been able to get out of the region so far with Americans on board?
I don't have an exact count
Apparently
for you,
he's not dead, but he was listed on a fucking article we read about being
We
dead.
were doing it yesterday. We're doing it again today. And you should not expect us to detail exactly when these flights are taking off for obvious reasons. The Iranians have shown that they are not going to hesitate to target civilians in the region, which is completely intolerable. But for safety and security reasons, we're not going to be broadcasting when flights full of Americans are going to be taking off, obviously. Danny.
At the top there, you said that the Iranian regime is being absolutely crushed.
sorry.
Can you explicitly say then whether or not regime change is a goal of President Trump's operation?
The goals of this operation have been made very clear, Danny, and the president has said them in his speech when he launched this operation and released that video in the middle of the night to all of you and to the world. The stated military objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: eliminate Iran's ballistic missile threat, destroy their naval capability, disrupt missile and drone production infrastructure, sever their pathway, and end their pathway to nuclear weapons. And I can report, as you all saw from the Pentagon today, that thus far this operation has been remarkably successful. Again, we're moving towards complete and total control of Iranian airspace. We have continuous 24/7 strike operations ongoing. We've had more than 2,000 targets that have been struck. shocked. Nearly 2,000 munitions have been employed. The first 24 hours of this campaign were described nearly as twice the scale of the 2003 shock and awe campaign. And we've seen that the enemy, the Iranian rogue regime, their retaliatory strikes against the United States and the threat reduction has reduced significantly. If you look at the Iranian ballistic missile launches, they're down 86% from day one levels. So while the United States military continues to increase its complete dominance over this rogue regime, they are weakening day by day.
Regime change is not a phrase that you would want to use.
Again, Operation Epic Fury, I just detailed the goals and objectives of this very quickly. But obviously, as the president has said numerous times, do we want to see Iran being led by a rogue terrorist regime? No, of course not. So any day the United States of America is taking out a terrorist is a good day for our country and a good day for our people.
Given that point that you just make about the United States wouldn't mind seeing the government overthrown, certainly President Trump has talked about wanting to see Iranians overthrow the government. Has the president considered at all kind of how he views a U.S. role, if any, in Iran post-conflict?
I think it's something the president is actively considering and discussing with his advisors and his national security team. But again, right now, the focus, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, is on ensuring the quick and effective success of Operation Epic Fury. Sure. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile.
I don't even know who's speaking because I wasn't looking at you. You can ask a question and then I'll go to you.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile. President Trump posted on Truth Social on Monday that the U.S. still has a good supply of weapons, but that we're not where we need to be. What does he mean by that? And does President Trump then want to ask on Congress to pass a supplemental to increase funding for missile interceptor systems like the ones being used to defend U.S. bases in the Middle East from Iranian missiles?
I don't have any updates for you on congressional asks from the president. As you know, under this president, we have significantly increased our defense budget, which is a good thing for the United States, for our national security, and for protecting our homeland. With respect to munitions, ammunition, weapon stockpiles, the United States of America has more than enough capability to not only successfully execute Operation Epic Fury, but to go much further. We have weapon stockpiles in places that many people in this world don't even know about. However, the president in that post was pointing out that, unfortunately, we had a very stupid and incompetent leader in this White House for 4 years who gave away many of our best weapons for nothing, for free, to another country very far away.
This is not true, okay? We gave old weapons and then we paid our own munitions builders, right? All of the American companies. We gave them jobs and money to replace so that we would have newer equipment. And we did that because we wanted to stop Putin from taking over other parts of Europe and subjecting people to authoritarian regimes. But unfortunately, we have our own authoritarian regime, and so here we are. And yeah, you know what? I know now what happened is because on the day that we first were reporting the killing is they had this kind of setup in the New York Times, but they didn't have the killed labels. They just had all these bitches, right? So I saw Pezeshkian in a list of people that had been killed. So it turns out that there's quite a few members of the fucking regime still alive, okay? I mean, he's the fucking president. He's not some low-level cabinet member. Head of the judiciary, still alive. The son of the supreme leader, who is going to be the next Ayatollah, alive. Oh, this is Hassan Khomeini. Okay, sorry. I don't know. It might not be the son. It might be this Hassan who's going to be taking over. Sorry. Anyways. I don't even know why I bother, by the way, but here we go. Oh, wait. Mrs. Beasley, I think they bought the USA is the best so much, Lee J, that they don't think anything they could do would have negative consequences, or they don't care about the negative consequences. That's what I think. Mrs. Beasley announced the 15% Section 122 tariff is expected later this week, and for tariffs to increase over the year to a level where IEEPA tariffs were. Oh my God. Mrs. Beasley's going down like a barn on fire. You know what I'm saying? He's a barn on
the
fire.
name of Ukraine. So the
Little
president
bitch.
was pointing out how that was an unwise decision, but nevertheless, don't doubt the strength and the might of the American military. And I will
Show us
also
the
add,
fucking
President
data
Trump
then.
has rightfully been calling on defense contractors in this country to rapidly and aggressively produce American-made weapons because they are the best in the world, and the president always likes to get things done as quickly as possible, and so he's been quite vocal in his efforts to try to speed up our defense industry to protect our homeland.
Caroline,
Go ahead.
Caroline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops and whether they could be used? If they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation of that?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away military options on behalf of the President of the United States or the Commander-in-Chief, and he wisely does not do the same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the President that is on the table. Sean.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately, many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda, so I would caution you from pointing the finger at the United States of America when it comes to targeting civilians, because that's not something that these armed forces do. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Prior to the Iran conflict, the SAVE Act was really the focus of the news cycle. Is the SAVE Act still a priority for the administration?
Absolutely.
Could you just provide an update on the administration's talks with Congress to get the SAVE Act through?
SAVE Act is absolutely still a priority for this president and the administration. The focus, of course, of much of the president's time right now is on ensuring the success of Operation Epic Fury, but the president can walk and chew gum at the same time, and he's very much continuing to focus on the issues that matter here at home for the American people, including the passage of the SAVE Act, including on bringing down the cost of living, which is why you'll see the president in about an hour and a half at the Ratepayer Protection Pledge Roundtable, where he will be sitting with big tech companies, with AI companies who are building in communities across the country and have pledged to pick up the cost of the electricity tab in these small towns and communities across the country, which is a great thing for American.
This is not going to happen, okay? This is not going to happen. The companies are not going to pay for the increased electric cost of them putting large data centers in your neighborhood, okay? They're not going to pay for that. They're not going to protect you from the environmental damage that their factories do. It's already happening in Memphis. You don't have to believe me. It's already happening in Memphis, outside of Memphis, Tennessee. Look it up. Google Grok and Memphis, and you'll get the story. We've covered it a lot and we'll continue to cover it, and other stories of communities and Texas being ruined by these maniacal fucking bros and their desire to rape our world and eliminate safety nets. 380? Oh my God. So yeah, data centers, they're telling you a nice little story. But at the end of the day, they're going to fuck you, and real hard, and it's not going to be fun. No. Not going to be the fun kind. No. So anyway.
Consumers. So you'll be hearing from the president
Such
directly
bullshit.
on this very important domestic agenda item later this afternoon, and it's something that he mentioned in his State of Union address. So check it off the list as another promise made and kept by this president. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I just wanted to get back to Danny's question. So those four objectives that you read out do not explicitly include regime change. If those objectives were achieved and the Islamic Republic still existed, would that be an acceptable outcome?
It's a hypothetical question that I'm not going to engage in. Again, right now, the President and the Commander-in-Chief are focused on executing the success of Operation Epic Fury, which we are already doing so in a very tremendous and impressionable way. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions. The Trump administration reportedly is considering arming Kurdish forces
That's
in
a
the
glass
hopes
of White
inspiring
Claw.
a popular uprising in Iran. Could you comment on that report?
I could comment on the fact that the President has held many calls with partners, allies, and leaders in the region, in the Middle East. He did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern Iraq. But as for any report suggesting that the President has agreed to any such plan is completely false and should not be written.
President Trump was saying yesterday that he is okay with someone from within taking over in Iran. He spoke about how Venezuela he saw as a successful model where Delcy Rodriguez took over and had a better relationship. Iran's President Pezeshkian, he took office in 2024 as a relative reformer. He's part of a three-man council now replacing the supreme leader. Does President Trump see him as a potential successor who is more pliable?
Again, that's another hypothetical, and I haven't spoken to the President about this specific individual, so I don't want to get ahead of him on any assessments that should be made.
Thank you.
You haven't spoken to him about the President of Iran?
Okay. That oil prices will be a bit high. As for gas prices here in the U.S., what is the admin doing right now to counter that? I mean, should they skyrocket? Is there a plan to help, Americans right now with those higher gas prices? And then a second question. On the rash that was on the president's neck, the White House physician said it was a preventative skin cream that he was using, but why is the president using this cream? What are they trying to prevent with this cream?
To your second question, I don't have anything additional to add to the physician statement that we provided to all of you on those questions, but I know the statement said that the redness on the neck will dissipate within the next couple of weeks. To your first question about oil prices, thank God we have a president who has exuded American energy dominance over the past year, an administration that is wholeheartedly focused on keeping prices stable as best as we can. Of course, this operation is temporary to protect the homeland, but crude oil prices did fall yesterday. They remain stable today after the president announced steps to ensure the stability in global energy markets. Again, those include the DEC offering reasonably priced political risk insurance and the potential for the U.S. Navy to provide protection for the flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. It is the president's belief and his economic team's belief that the economy continues to be very strong, it's robust, and will be able to weather any of the temporary impacts of Operation Epic Fury. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Just to follow up to that, the timeline for making the Strait of Hormuz safe for oil tankers to transport their oil through the strait, what is that timeline, and what can the president do to speed up that timeline?
I don't want to commit to a timeline, but certainly it's something that is being calculated actively by both the Department of War and the Department of Energy. They're working very closely. Both secretaries are in all of the briefings on this subject with the president, and this is, again, something they're monitoring, and if and when necessary, the United States Navy will provide assistance to escort oil tankers through the strait. Sure, in the blue.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're not in blue, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I guess you are, sort of. I'll go to you after.
You had mentioned about the commercial aircraft being used for the evacuations. What about the use of military aircraft? Would that happen in conjunction with that or subsequent to?
That is something that is definitely underway, and of course we're going to use that in conjunction. We want as many planes, whether they're chartered, commercial, or military, taking Americans out of the Middle East and returning them safely home. So yes. Andrew, go ahead. You're welcome.
At the top of the briefing, you listed a long list of grievances against the Iranian government, going back to the takeover of the embassy in '79, barracks bombing in the 80s, etc. But no one from the administration has laid out the imminent threat that was supposed to be taken care of by this. And the rationales offered by, say, Secretary Rubio, the President's National Security Advisor, said that the threat was retaliation against American interests from Iran after Israeli strikes. The president says it was his own feeling that Iran was going to attack. Why is it that across the administration you can't say what the imminent threat against the United States was that required us to launch this? And also, Prime Minister Starmer told Parliament today that his reason that he didn't allow the use of British bases was that he was not satisfied that there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. Was there an attempt to provide the UK government with a legal basis for these strikes and a viable, thought-through plan?
To the first question, I completely reject the premise of your question. You have had the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and now I am out here today to explain to you exactly what led the President to make the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. And President Trump does not make these decisions in a vacuum. This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the president's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America, based on the fact that they are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, based on the fact that they were rapidly and aggressively building up their ballistic missile program to give themselves immunity within their country alongside their navy, so that inside their country they could continue to create nuclear weapons and nuclear bombs, which would of course pose a risk to Americans in the region and even Americans one day here at home. And then another point on this is the president found that through these extensive, exhaustive, failed negotiations with Iran, that they were hell-bent on death and destruction. So again, the president was not going to be just another president on a very long list who sat back and stood by and passed the buck of this direct threat to the next administration. The president had a feeling, again, based on fact, that Iran was going to strike the United States, was going to strike our assets in the region, and he made a determination to launch Operation Epic Fury based on all of those reasons. And I would like the media to actually report on all of them, rather than just picking sound bites from one person in this administration and saying, oh, they're contradicting the other person. No, again, these decisions are not made in a vacuum. They are made by the president's feeling that Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region, and he was not going to sit back and watch that happen. The determination was made that the president was going to strike first alongside Israel, and that has obviously been proven to be the right decision and an effective one at that. Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. A two-part question for you. First, has the president spoken with the family members of those U.S. service members that were killed? Second, given what you've outlined throughout this entire briefing, I mean, the United States has sunk a bunch of Navy ships. We've hit all of these targets. What can Americans expect the goal to be moving forward now that the U.S. has accomplished all of this? What is victory, given we've even taken out Iran's supreme leader? That was an explicit goal.
Again, victory will be determined by the commander-in-chief once the goals and the objectives that we have repeatedly laid out are fully realized. Again, we just, in the next few hours, will be achieving that dominance over the skies, which means the United States military will be raining missiles and weapons down on Iran to hit these specific targets that have been identified as crucial to take out by the Department of War. Sure, John.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Has the U.S. posture changed in regard to a nuclear North Korea, given the latest strikes on Iran and the fact that the stated goal is to make sure that Iran is not a nuclear country?
I don't have any change in position with respect to North Korea today.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. There's been reports that...
Wait, North Korea says, hold my sake. I'm coming at you.
Does the administration think that he is a part of the same regime as his father? Would they like people in the country to uprise or rise up and get him out?
There's reports he's been elected or that he's assuming to be elected. One of the likely options.
Pardon me, what was that?
That he's one of the likely options or that he has been elected. Okay, so we'll wait to confirm until someone actually is elected. Caitlin.
You just
just mentioned that the president is going to attend the dignified transfer for these families. Given what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of U.S. service members?
No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room. If the Iranian regime had their choice, they would kill every single person in this room. And so we can all be very grateful that we have an administration and that we have men and women in our armed forces who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the rest of us in this room and for every American across the country and for every troop that is based in the Middle East. That's what
Guess what? I don't want them to sacrifice their lives for me. How about that? I especially don't want them to sacrifice their lives in a war that we shouldn't even be in. You can get skin cancer from riding. Oh, yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? What's the new hair color? It's kind of a platinum. She went for like a 7N, right? 7N is the number I think I would assign to that. Maybe lighter. Actually, no, it's probably more like 9 or 10. Yeah. I know you're not telling me to shut the fuck up, but yeah, she should shut the fuck up.
That it was
But I don't want people to die for me. That's not what I want.
That's not what the secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the secretary meant, and you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not. We've never had a Secretary of Defense who cares more.
Drones get through or tragic things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad.
Yeah,
as you know, we cover the deaths of U.S. service
the,
members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look
That's
bad.
Not true.
That's
Shut
a fact.
up.
Especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform. He travels all across this country to meet with them,
he doesn't.
to connect with them, and your network has
doesn't.
hardly ever probably reported on that. You also had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs,
Ooh,
Chairman
she's mad.
Kane, who's a brave patriot, standing alongside the secretary at the Pentagon this morning, again expressing his condolences to these families. And I just told you that the President of the United States will be attending their dignified transfer. So please,
That's not making the president look bad. That's showcasing that.
And we expect you to cover that as you should. We expect you to cover that as you should, Caitlin. But you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad. That is an objectable fact.
I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make
If you're trying to argue right now that CNN's overwhelming coverage
God,
is not
stop,
negative of
Caroline.
President Donald
You're
Trump, I
embarrassing
think
yourself.
the American people would tend to agree, and your ratings would tend to disagree with that as well.
Well, then why are you so worried if she's such a hack?
On the school strike, back to that for a minute. I understand that the U.S. does not target civilian infrastructure. That's what you said. Can you say that there's any evidence right now that it was not a U.S. strike? And then also, you didn't mention Israel in that. Is there any assessment about Israel's potential likely role in that, if at all?
Again, the Department of War is currently investigating this matter, but again, I will reaffirm that the Department of War and the United States Armed Forces do not target civilians, as does the Iranian regime, who kill and execute their own people. Christian.
Two separate issues, Caroline. First, what can you tell us about the military operation in Ecuador? And then secondly, is the president considering invoking the Defense Production Act to boost munition stockpiles while we are in this conflict?
It's not something I've heard the president consider, but as you know, the president has been in pretty direct correspondence and public correspondence with defense contractors, asking them to aggressively speed up their manufacturing of American-made weapons, which again are the best in the world. With respect to Ecuador, I would point you back to the statement released by the U.S. Southern Command. On March 3rd, Ecuadorian and U.S. military forces launched operations against designated terrorist organizations. These operations are a powerful example of the commitment of partners in Latin America and the Caribbean to combat the scourge of narco-terrorism. And together, we are taking decisive action to confront narco-terrorists who have long inflicted terror, violence, and corruption on citizens throughout the hemisphere. And within that, I would also add that this weekend, I'm pleased to announce, the president will welcome the heads of state from 12 nations across our Western Hemisphere in Miami, Florida on Saturday. The point of this newfound Latin America summit is to promote freedom, security, and prosperity in our region. The following countries will be in attendance: Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, Paraguay, Trinidad and Tobago, and maybe some others as well. And the president will be speaking with the leaders of this country who have really formed a historic coalition to work together to address criminal narco-terrorist gangs and cartels and counter illegal and mass migration into not only the United States but the Western Hemisphere, which remains a key and top priority of this president. Thank you very much, everyone, and you'll see the president yourselves in an hour.
And you'll see the president in yourselves in an hour. Wow. I'm going to tell you, maybe I am just not cut out for this. Thank you to the 14 and 15 viewers that stayed intrepidly through this. I want to actually go to this and get her off our screen. Stephanie, hello everyone. I'm late because I'm at my endocrinologist's office checking on my new insulin pump and my CGM. I hope everything goes well, Stephanie. Oh my goodness. I'm wishing you the very best. I'm sure all of us are. So good to see you and good luck with that. I hope everything goes well. Gosh, it's just terrible. Terrible that we have to. It's terrible that we have to leave our homes. No. I wanted to, oh, whoops, that's not the one. I wanted to pick up on that North Korea thing, and I guess this is what they're referring to. This is an article from this morning from the Wall Street Journal. U.S. strikes on Iran reinforce North Korea's nuclear resolve. Yeah, sending positive energy. Totally. Let's see here. A day after the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iran, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un strolled through a cement factory draped with red banners that hailed the great era of his leadership. Clad in a black leather trench coat, the 42-year-old dictator twirled a cigarette as he reviewed lines of factory employees. He told the workers that he felt invigorated by the high spirit of the powerful working class. Years ago, a military operation seeking to pummel another country's nuclear facilities and military assets and decapitate its leader would have badly shaken Kim, who has aggressively expanded his arsenal of atomic weapons in defiance of the U.S. and other larger powers. Instead, Kim's strikingly relaxed factory visit underscored the difference in how President Trump has treated adversaries that possess nuclear weapons. In addition to Iran, the Trump administration has targeted other non-nuclear states such as Venezuela, where the U.S. toppled Nicolas Maduro, and Cuba, where it is seeking regime change by year's end. By contrast, Pyongyang has long viewed its nuclear weapons as an insurance for regime survival. At a key political meeting that ended last week, Kim reiterated that trading away the country's nuclear weapons remained off the table. Future talks with Trump hinge on the U.S. accepting North Korea as a nuclear state. Well, there you go. Here's what's next, kids. The killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and the continuing conflict is likely to further justify Kim's rejection of any U.S. overtures to engage in disarmament talks and harden his belief that such diplomacy is ultimately aimed at forcing him to give up his nuclear weapons. Trump administration officials have said that the U.S. aims to prevent Iran from building long-range ballistic missiles. That's what we say today. We didn't say that a couple days ago, able to strike the American mainland or allowing Tehran to revive its nuclear work, which it said it already did. So, okay. Iran, ahead of U.S. and Israeli strikes, didn't have the capability to immediately build atomic bombs, according to the United Nations nuclear watchdog. But North Korea has been expanding construction at its main nuclear facility since talks with Washington collapsed in 2019. Kim sees there is little to gain from dialogue if you're an adversary of the U.S., said Yang Uk, a military expert at the Asan Institute for Policy Studies, a Seoul-based think tank. Whether he engages or not, the primary goal will stay the same, to strengthen his nuclear program. Kim's cement factory contrasted sharply with how his late father, Kim Jong-il, reacted when the U.S. invaded Iraq more than 2 decades ago. Then Kim Jong-il stayed out of the public eye for more than a month. But Kim Jong-un has grown more confident as North Korea's nuclear program has become more formidable. For decades, Pyongyang denied pursuit of a nuclear program until publicly admitting it to its existence in 2002. The current leader has expanded the country's arsenal most rapidly since succeeding his father in late 2011. Pyongyang is now estimated to possess up to 50 nuclear warheads and enough fissile material to produce up to 40 more, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, a think tank. The stockpile size was estimated to be 30 to 40 warheads in SIPRI's 2020 report. North Korea has continued to build and test intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of reaching the U.S. mainland. A series of long-range missile launches and nuclear tests during the start of Trump's first term helped spur a first-ever encounter with Kim in Singapore. The two leaders met 3 times in 2018 and 2019, though North Korea hasn't formally engaged with the U.S. in more than 6 years. More recently, Kim, who calls Washington's push for his country to give up nuclear weapons a delusional obsession, ignored Trump's outreach last fall when the president visited neighboring South Korea. Under the signboard of the so-called America First, the U.S. is unhesitatingly resorting to aggression and use of force against sovereign states, Kim said in a speech he gave to party officials after the Venezuela events, but before the attack on Iran. North Korea's full-fledged nuclear program would deter any war aggression, he added. On Sunday, North Korea's foreign ministry criticized the U.S. military for the military strikes on Iran, which it said highlighted America's destructive role destroying global peace and stability. Meanwhile, the North Korean leader could potentially glean much from how U.S. forces are performing on the battlefield, security analysts say. Iranian drone and missile strikes have stretched U.S. forces in the Middle East, potentially causing a shortage of munitions for America's Patriot and THAAD missile defenses. The U.S. has demonstrated that it can reach for a military option to decapitate the enemy's leadership despite diplomatic negotiations, which is real weird, said John Everard, a former UK ambassador to North Korea. Kim Jong-un is studying this very carefully, he said. So that's the story from the Wall Street Journal. Yeah. I'm going to leave you with one last piece that I really want to read. Well, first of all, here's the price of gasoline with 1 week. Okay, this was a week ago, February 25th, the price of gas. So yeah, we're Caroline, you're a lying bitch. Yeah. Everything is up. Yeah. Okay, is this the one I wanted? No, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. I think it's here. Is it here? Is it here? No, it's not that. Is it here? No. Is it here? Yes. Yes. This is what I wanted to read to you. Thanks for hanging in there with me. I really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. Let me check. I don't think Ukraine got the message, probably because Trump isn't sending arms. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Furthermore, Jane of the Redwoods. Hi, Jane of the Redwoods. Furthermore, Carrie, just yesterday, Dump compared Zelensky to P.T. Barnum after Z offered to help with interceptor drones. That's right. They have incredible drone capability in Ukraine. Hey, Cam, how you doing? MAGA last week. It's going to take a while to see the impact of Trump's policies on gas prices. He was just speaking figuratively when he said prices would go down in one day. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's it. I know. It's just a blip. Okay, here we go. Well, let's turn to the harder side of life here. I don't know. I want to start talking about these prediction markets, okay? Gas prices haven't been affected by the war in Iran at all. No, they're just up really high. It's a coinky-dink. It's just a coinky-dink. That's all. That's all. Yeah, don't end up like Dump. Get your ringworm vaccine today, kids. Yeah, you don't want ringworm like the president has. I'm just kidding. Or cancer. Or a blood clot. We sure are going to need that Russian oil. Hell yeah. Because, you know, the Strait of Hormuz is not going to actually... yeah, Badger, are you okay? I did see that little... But I just figured, you know, we would just have that. Badger, I love you. Okay, Mr. Spock, I'll have to keep me going till I get home. Oh, Let's see. Just walking around with my phone. Girl, I get it. Badger told me once that I stayed on voice in our Discord channel for like a day. So Badger and I have a long history of technological, happenstances, if you will. Okay, I want to read this to you. This is from a couple days ago, I think, because I've had it on my list to read to you. Fuck, it's January 15th. Okay, well, that's fine. Because then I'm going to read you another story. I know there's a cliff involved, but it's off the edge or into the side. I don't know what that means, Josh. Bye, Jay. I love you. I'll talk to you later. Okay, leading prediction firms share a commonality. Donald Trump Jr. Traders in the companies with ties to the president's eldest son can bet on the outcome of events the president affects. Now, so just keep that in mind. The company's running online prediction markets where ordinary people bet on real-world events, which we should really talk about because that's gambling, and I don't know if those prediction markets are regulated the same as gambling. I don't think they are. That seems to be a problem. Where ordinary people, Traders this month are wagering millions on whether the president will take over Greenland. This was January. Well, who he'll nominate to the Federal Reserve, and if the government will shut down again. Less than 2 weeks ago, someone netted an eye-popping $410,000 payout betting that Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, would lose power by the end of the month. At the intersection of the prediction market industry and Trump world is Don Trump Jr., Coke Jr., the president's eldest spawn. He is both an investor and an unpaid advisor to Polymarket and a paid advisor to Kalshi, the two biggest prediction markets. And he is a director of the Trump family social media company, which recently announced it would start its own platform called Truth Predict. The various hats worn by Dump Jr. are examples of the ethical questions raised. Okay, so I'll clip that, but I want you to hold that in your mind because the lead up to that. Okay, where is it? I hope I get it. God, I hope I get it. I hope I get it. What'd I do? Oh, here we go. Is this it? No, that's the other one. Okay. Wait. Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted. Okay, and then from March 1st, okay, think about that. Hold that in your brain. March 1st, we have this story from NPR. Prediction market trader MAGA My Man made $553,000 on the death of Iran's supreme leader. An account trading under the username MAGA My Man made more than $500,000 placing bets on the prediction market site Polymarket about Iran and its supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei just before an Israeli strike killed him on Saturday. The trades drew scrutiny from members of Congress and critics of prediction markets who say the platforms invite people with access to classified information to profit on lethal military operations. On Polymarket alone, $500 million was traded over when exactly U.S. forces would drop bombs on Iran. It's insane. This is legal, said Chris Murphy of Connecticut. People around Dump are profiting off war and death, adding he plans to introduce legislation ASAP to outlaw this kind of activity. Okay, good luck with that. The White House denied anyone in Trump's orbit was behind the lucrative trades. The Trump family, however, does have ties to Polymarket. Dump Jr., the president's son, is an advisor, as we just spoke, and his venture capital firm, 1789 Capital, has invested millions into the controversial business. The Trump administration has dropped 2 federal investigations into Polymarket. Remember that? Remember when the Polymarket CEO's house was it was raided by the FBI? Remember that? I do. We didn't hear much about it after that, and that's because all of it was dropped. All of it was dropped. Yes, insider trading. Yep. Because we already know that this president and his wife engaged in rug pulling on both of their meme coins. We know that because the guy who ran the coin for Melania told us that they did. He told us that the Trumps pulled the rug on their own fucking meme coins. But nobody paid attention to that. Hayden Davis has never been heard from again. You would have thought that was the biggest motherfucking story on the planet. Melania pulling the rug on her own meme coin, fleecing investors of hundreds of thousands of dollars. You would think. But no, you've never heard of Hayden Davis, have you? Except for on this show. Nobody's talking about Hayden Davis. It's like a fucking shell game, and we're just like whack-a-moling, trying to hit the things, and meanwhile people are dying. Oh God. Who cares? The anarcho alt-left radical regime is collapsing. I don't know what you mean by that. Those are words that you picked out of your ass, and I'm not sure what they actually mean, but whatever. If you could put that in English, I'll try and understand. Yeah, my appointment is 11. It's now 11:30. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that happens to me all the time, Stephanie. So frustrating. It's hard to sit in a doctor's office. It's very stressful. It might be. I have no idea. I don't know. It sounds like one of those DOA people. There's a minion in it, so I suppose they're a DOA fan. You know, whatever. A bunch of losers. I don't know. God, please get a job. Why don't you do something worthwhile? Oh no, Bob would come in with the dinosaur because he fucking is obsessed with my dinosaur suit. But yeah, anyway, I didn't understand what you meant. So if you could put that in English, either I'll agree with you or I won't agree with you and we can move on. But otherwise, fucking, yeah, it's probably another 420 break. Okay, anyway, so this is the story that is just the beginning. But this whole prediction market thing, is something that needs much more oversight than it has. Like that is, at the end of the day, this is another vehicle for the corruption of this regime to be completely without boundary. And that's what's going to end up happening. That people, this is not being regulated as a gambling site. That children, I'm sure, are finding their way onto these websites because they're promoted in the media. You would think that they would want to regulate access to prediction markets because it's basically betting. Why is it called prediction market and not gambling? Because isn't it gambling? I don't know. Anyway. Anyway. I'll link this too so you can read the rest of it. But that's something that we're going to kind of keep an eye on because I would like to keep an eye on these things. This is it. Like, why do we have to pay so much attention to all of this shit? It's just terrible. I'll give you 2-to-1 odds. That's right. What is it? Mr. Spock says, I'm making lots of money on Polymarket. I bet when Lolo has a 420 break, I'm cleaning up. It's smoking. Thank you. Are you starting your own prediction market, Mr. Spock? I like that idea. Prediction market. It sounds very genteel, doesn't it? It sounds like a gentleman's club, yes, instead of a titty bar. Yeah. I mean, it just sounds so fucking genteel and like nobody's going to lose money. It's just a fun old game and we're just figuring out what might happen. And it's like a parlor game, you know? It's just fun, except for people make millions of dollars. Yeah. What could go wrong? Oh, yeah, meow. Sam has an idea. All right. Okay. All right, folks. It's been almost 5 hours and I have just completely gotten depressed. Should I bet that Documentary Tuesday will take place on Wednesday this week? Oh, yeah, we should do that. Should we do that? Are you guys up for watching that documentary on Ian, the Control documentary? Yeah. Remember when we used to worry about gambling addiction? Remember not thinking about politics for weeks at a time? Yeah, I remember that too. Remember when we just had one big issue to... No, I'm just kidding. We didn't ever have just one big issue to fight. We've had multiple issues all the time. But anyway, yeah, should we have a documentary night tonight? Let's do it. I'm going to do the movie at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. It is the movie. Yeah, I don't have any more. I don't know what else to say. I don't have any more descriptive words for this, but I'm trying, Let me see. Where is that? Where is it? Oh, wait, is that it? No. What the fuck? I hate this computer so much. Oh my God. Just fucking. Why are you not letting me open this? Remove that. I don't even know what that is. Remove that. I'm so sorry. This is so weird. Okay. Oh my God. Something really weird's happening to my computer. Okay. Anyway, it's the movie Control. It's about Ian Thomas, who was a singer in Joy Division. I'm terrible. Yeah. No, it's fine. No, this is not. This would be fine. If you want to do, I think we should. We should do the movie Ian Curtis. Thank you, Lee. God, I'm embarrassed. I'm not very good at some things. But yeah, let's do the movie tonight. That's a great idea, Neil. I did say it, so I'm happy to do it. And I'm up for it. I'm totally up for it. I'd really like to see a music documentary tonight, frankly. I'd really like to, yeah, Joy Division. Yeah, Ian Curtis. I got it wrong. I'm sorry. So let's watch the documentary tonight at 6 p.m. on our Discord. I'm going to put it on my Blue Sky and on my YouTube so that you can click the link near the time. And I'm up for a great music documentary because, frankly, I need to take my brain to another place. For a minute, maybe an hour and a half. We elect people to do the politics so we can get on with our lives. Yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about how the sausage is made, right? You should trust some levels. No, not all levels. I mean, there should be scrutiny. I'm not saying there isn't scrutiny. That's so it'd be 9 p.m. your time, Sharon, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, everything inside and outside of those hours. Yeah. Well, maybe someday we'll be happy. Maybe someday he'll stay. Maybe this time, for the first time, love won't hurry away. Da 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 da. Yeah, I wish we could. Okay, well, I really adore you guys. Thanks for spending so much time with me this morning. I really appreciate it. I really do. Oh, it's a biopic, not a documentary. Sorry. See, I don't even know. I'm terrible. Okay, we're watching a biopic tonight, not a documentary. So there. Thank you for that, Max. I appreciate it. I didn't know that. Spain just denied Carol. Yeah, Spain did not say, oh, yeah, we're going to bend over and let you, butt fuck us. No. They said no. They said no. Oh, you're welcome, Carrie. Biopic Wednesday. I bet $2,000 that Biopic Wednesday will happen. All right, y'all. I will see you tonight on Discord. I'll see you tomorrow morning here. Hopefully you'll join me again for this little folly that we do, trying to understand, make sense of the unsensible. Is that it? No, unsensible? No, that's not right? That's not a word. All right. Yeah. Be safe. Like Meowing said, I really adore you. Have a great day, and I hope I see you tonight, or I hope I see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye. Yeah, it probably is nonsensical or insensitive. I don't really know.